Unastahili kuabudiwa, unastahili Bwana wa mabwana, unastahili kuabudiwa, unastahili Yesu, unastahili kuabudiwa, unastahili.
Thank you, Afrizo. Good morning. Welcome to Daystar University's AI Conference 2026. Let us be upstanding for the national anthem. Production team, please project the lyrics. Thank you.
Nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. We have more sure words of prophecy, whereunto you do it that ye take heed. We are bound as one, as the Daystar family. We shall shine together in love and unity, as stars and servant lead us. We shall teach the word as the Daystar family, soldiering on with Christ the King. Arise and shine until the day dawn. Rise until the Daystar arise, arise in your heart.
Thank you, Afrizo. Let's give them a round of applause for welcoming us, for warming us up, for getting us on our feet. Good morning, everybody. Daystar University AI Conference, aptly called Brains, and we'll be delving more into what brains means. Thank you to our chief guest. Thank you to our keynote speakers. We are honored that you're here. I'll be doing a more formal introduction, and all faculty, all students, you have arisen early, you're here, and you're in for a fantastic session today. It is tradition to start with a word of prayer, a charge. And we leave this to our able chaplain, Reverend Weche. I'll welcome him up. Thank you, Reverend.
Good morning. Let us pray. Merciful God, see your people gathered here in your name and for your name's sake, and you with them. See their eagerness to share and learn and celebrate the wisdom and intelligence which you have given them. As you delight in being with people, so may they delight in being with you. Cause us all gathered here to sense your presence among us. Give us teachable and generous hearts to learn from one another and to instruct one another for your name's sake. And as you have prepared for those who love you such good things as pass our understanding, so pour into our hearts such love towards you that we, loving you in all things and above all things, may obtain your promises which exceed all that we can desire. Through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, who is alive and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you, Rev. Good morning once again. Good to see you all, bright and early. And I like to say greetings and salutations. Welcome to Daystar. And welcome to the DU Brains 2026 AI Conference. Our theme, Building Responsible Artificial Intelligence for Inclusive Networked Societies. If you've already noticed, it's the acronym of BRAINS. Is this mic giving me a problem? Ian? My name is Nyatichi Nyasani. I'm honored to be here. Our chief guest, P.S. Abdul Razak, the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Science, Research and Innovation. Our VC, Professor Hiro. Our DVCs, our keynote speaker, Professor Katz. Thank you so much for making time to be here. And all faculty, all staff, all students, all protocols observed. So I'll give you a bit about my background. I'm your moderator for today. I've been in journalism for 26 years, but 13 of those years were in broadcast journalism. 13 were on the other side. You know when you say the grass looks greener on the other side and you jump ship like many of us do? So I had crossed over to the PR and the corporate communications world. But Daystar is home for me. I'm currently a PhD student here. And I bring a journalist's curiosity and a consultant's strategic lens and a commitment to evidence, research, and rigor. And I'm very humbled to guide you through today's conversations. So, how many of us were at yesterday's pre-conference? Just a show of hands. Excellent. Didn't we have a fantastic time? 56 innovators. And let me tell you something about young people. Young people are going to open our eyes. My study and what I intend to do in my dissertation was actually brought to my attention by my 20-year-old son. These young people that you're looking at, even when you go to look at the exhibitions, trust me, you're going to see a thing or two. Their eyes have opened up to this world of AI in amazing ways. And I'll be telling you more about my research. Last year, something interesting happened. The Ministry of ICT launched what they're calling the National AI Digital Strategy. So we are placing Kenya as an AI regional hub, and we are targeting sectors like education. So Daystar University, we don't like being left behind. We're never left behind. We didn't need to ponder for too long about how to be part of this national AI focus. And under the dynamic leadership of our VC, Professor Hiro, we kicked into high gear and we rolled out various AI programs. We are proactively building an ecosystem to support this vision. So we've partnered with corporations like IBM, Microsoft, Huawei, and CyberPro Global. We've formed high-level industry advisory councils, and we have leaders from government and private sector. And we're also training. I'm sure you've seen it in your emails if you're a Daystarian. We have constant practical training, which is being offered, including foundations of AI and data analytics courses. This January 2026, Daystar University School of Science, Engineering and Health, in partnership with CyberPro, launched the Center for AI Modeling and Digital Trust, what you see called DCAMD, DCAMD. And the conference was themed Transforming Africa Through Responsible AI and Digital Trust. And 142 participants graduated. It was a successful 5-course, and they graduated in fundamentals of AI, in programming. We've also hosted AI clinics, the AI research clinic, like the physical AI research clinic, which was conducted by DRICE and DCAMD. So there's a lot going on. I'm sure you didn't even know there's an AI masterclass for pastors. Rev Weche, to engage the theological community in a conversation about responsible AI. So the platforms, they continue to unfold. We are dynamic. Today is another show of Daystar's commitment towards responsible AI. And that's the reason why we are gathered here. The DU AI conference, the DU Brains conference. Why brains? Brains because AI is brilliant. It's very good at giving us answers, but not so good at questioning. So we're asking you to engage your brain. Brains because with our brains, we need to stay in the driver's seat. As much as we depend on it, let's also be in the driver's seat. And brains, finally, because it's the age of critical thinking. And I know most of you students know what I mean. You're always told, be a critical thinker. So today is exciting because what do we guarantee you? We guarantee that you receive high-level, bold conversations, cutting-edge research presentations, practical innovation, expert panels, networking opportunities. You'll get to meet, chat, meet those innovators. It's very important that you pass through the exhibition. And dialogue on how AI can responsibly transform education. Now, you're going to hear from an individual who was quoted as saying, "Science is not a luxury, but a necessity." And he's been a frontliner, he's smiling. He's been a frontliner in AI by encouraging regulators to adopt emerging technologies, including AI. And he also says, maintain standards of safety as you're doing it. He currently leads Kenya's bold new blueprint for science and innovation, a plan that is worth 400 billion shillings. So he just doesn't talk about transformation, he builds frameworks for it. We will also get to hear from a scholar, a renowned scholar, who boldly stated that to be successful in the media world, it is essential to be a lifelong learner. He carried out a study where women in traditional areas of India, they often felt great pressure to adhere to gender roles once they owned a cell phone, because now their husbands would call with specific instructions. I want this for dinner, I want this for lunch. So they felt pressure. He was also fascinated by interpersonal communication. And you will not believe this, but in the days when Bell communication, some of you know Bell is, our telephone, those ancient telephones we had, he speaks about a lab scientist who said to him, people will soon carry in their pocket a device allowing them to talk to anybody in the world. He's one of those pioneers. So we need to hang around and listen to him. And don't miss out hearing from an individual who holds over 100 US patents He has made breakthroughs in cancer treatment, hepatitis C, and aging diseases. Close to home, universities that thrive are those that embrace innovation. This is one of our speakers today. You will find out later from a woman who's designing anti-trolling bots. She's actually in the process of finalizing it. And you will be inspired by a leader who is very near and dear to us. He took a bold step, and he's been championing responsible AI. So therefore, we are hosting a convergence of minds. They are literally reshaping our world. Each of these individuals has the power to make you rethink. Everything you thought you knew about AI might change in the course of these 3 days. So, welcome to this conversation about the future of this fascinating, enigmatic world of AI. You know, just 3 years ago, we were asking AI to write a poem. Today, we are asking it to run our businesses, to run our education, our lives, basically. In the time it took me to walk up this stage, AI agents have already executed millions of autonomous decisions. Now, I don't know if you know, but the top AI innovation is now called the AI agent. It's really, really something fascinating to read about because it's taking over even jobs. So thank you. I would like to now move on to the program. We set the tone. We always set the tone for conferences. And he's a man who is well known to us, well loved by us. He will be talking about what public good comes that requires stopping bias or harm. AI should bridge digital divides. It should accommodate diverse languages. He will be setting the tone by discussing responsible AI for inclusive networked societies. So help me welcome our chair, Professor of Literary Communication, the only professor of literary communication in Kenya. He's got a career that has spanned 3 decades, and he's published more than 52 books. You might know or have heard of some. The Crying Stone, based on the Crying Stone from Western Kenya, and another one called Nyenyeka the Chameleon. Very interesting children's stories. So please put your hands together for our chair of the conference, Professor Egara Kabaji. Karibu, Prof.
Chief guest, book of Exodus, our minds often go to Moses confronting the Pharaoh, the parting of the Red Sea, or the giving of the Ten Commandments on Mount Sinai. But there is a small story in chapter 31 that speaks powerfully to why we are gathered here today. And that is where I want to go. After delivering the Israelites from Egypt, God instructed Moses to build the tabernacle. This was a sacred place where God's presence would dwell among his people. The task was extraordinary. It demanded architectural brilliance, artistic imagination, engineering precision, craftsmanship, and collaboration. It was in many ways one of the greatest innovation projects in the Bible. But before the work could begin, God did something remarkable. He called a man named Bezalel, the son of Uri, from the tribe of Judah. God declared that he had filled Bezalel with his spirit, giving him 4 things: wisdom, understanding, knowledge, and every kind of skill. 4 things: wisdom, understanding, knowledge, and every kind of skill. This was important for him to create works of exceptional beauty and purpose. Allow me to dive into this story. Bezalel was called not because he needed technical ability alone. No. His craftsmanship was to be rooted in wisdom. His creativity was to be guided by understanding, and his innovation was to be directed towards serving God and the community. Alongside him, God appointed Oholiab and many other skilled people. This is a clear indication again that meaningful innovation flourishes through collaboration. For me, this story carries timeless lessons. The Bible's first great innovator was not celebrated for his extraordinary technical ability. He was celebrated because God first filled him with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, and only then with skill. In this case, ladies and gentlemen, the sequence matters. Skill without wisdom can destroy. Knowledge without understanding can mislead. Innovation without ethics can deepen inequality. But when wisdom leads, technology becomes a force for human flourishing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is precisely why the theme of this conference is so compelling. Building responsible artificial intelligence for inclusive, networked societies. Artificial intelligence is undoubtedly one of the defining technologies of our generation. It is transforming education, healthcare, agriculture, finance, communication, governance, and the creative industry. It is changing not only how we work, but also how we imagine the future. The question before us, ladies and gentlemen, is not whether we can build intelligent systems. The greater question is whether we can build systems that are responsible, just, and inclusive. Will artificial intelligence widen the gap between the privileged and the marginalized? Or will it become a bridge that expands opportunity? Will it replace human dignity? Or will it enhance it? Will it merely make machines smarter? Or will it help societies become wiser? I think these are the questions that make this conference so significant. And over the coming 3 days, we shall listen to distinguished keynote speakers engage in stimulating conversations, examine cutting-edge research, and learn from experiences drawn from different disciplines and different paths. Celebrate remarkable advances in artificial intelligence, and we shall also confront the ethical questions that every technological revolution inevitably presents. So, as we get into this conference, I invite you to keep the story of Bezalel at the back of your minds. There are a few questions that I hope we shall continue to ask ourselves throughout our conversations. Are we wise enough to guide the technologies we are creating? Whose problems have we chosen to solve? Do our innovations honor the dignity of every human being? Are we building systems that are fair and just? Are we creating opportunities for those who have too often been left behind? Are we using artificial intelligence to strengthen our shared humanity? I believe these are the questions that matter because the greatest innovators are not those that merely impress us with their sophistication. They are those that improve the human condition. As chairman of this organizing committee, or the organizing committee of this conference, it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you. I hope that when these deliberations come to an end, we shall leave with more than new knowledge, new ideas, and new partnerships. I hope we shall leave with a renewed commitment to ensuring that artificial intelligence is guided by wisdom before skill, by understanding before ambition, and by deep respect for human dignity above all. This conference must help us decide whether our future will be shaped simply by more intelligent machines or by wiser people who choose to use those machines for the good of humanity. I wish you fruitful deliberations, meaningful conversations, and memorable conference. Thank you, and God bless all of you. At this juncture, I would like to take this opportunity to humbly invite the Vice Chancellor of Daystar University to deliver his address. welcome Professor Laban Peter Airo.
Just leave it there. Allow me on the onset to thank the chair of this conference, Professor Igara Kabaji. But in a very special way, I would like to thank our peers today. One of us, a professor who many of us have known for a long time. His days at Egerton as a DVC, his being our PS, the time the president of Kenya was in charge of higher education, the current president. And also he has represented us very well in Vienna, and I was not surprised when he was given this docket. So hayo makofi hayasikiki, sijui kwa nini. Yeah, thank you. So Professor Shaukat Abdul Razak is one of us in a very special way. And one of those Kenyans that are so enthusiastic about the future of this country, and we wish you well. Asante sana. I want to recognize a close friend also, James Katz from Boston University. He's the one who baptized me into this AI. I was invited to Boston for a high-level AI conference. I was appointed on the board representing the African continent there. We have had wonderful times with him and his wife. He has bought me so many meals. And that's why today I'm taking him to the best restaurant in Nairobi in the evening. Thank you so much for coming, Prof, and God bless you. Another close friend and colleague, I've been trying to convince him to become an adjunct of Daystar University. Our CEO, Kenya, Tony Mwanza. Please just stand so that they might know that you are very significant to us. A very brilliant young man. He's leading the Kenya Innovation Agency, Kenya, and I want him to become an adjunct because I want us to promote him as a professor of Daystar University. He cannot become a professor if you are not, teaching in a university, although you run a very big organization. I want to recognize, where's our other CEO from PS? Huh? He has gone back, yeah. All guests from different universities and my colleagues, in the interest of time, I am so delighted here today to make Daystar strong. I was asked to develop the context of this conference. Some people, when they see that word, they say re-imaging. Others say reimagining. And I want you to think deeply about that. Africa with AI. Reimagining Africa with AI. Ethics, innovation, and inclusion of transformative leadership. And I have told my university that Daystar must be a thought leader in matters AI. And Bwana PS, thank you. I've received your draft. You want me to look at the policy in the area of digitization and also science diplomacy for the country. And we are already working. I've already set up a team so that when we come, we can give meaningful contributions. So on behalf of Daystar University, na ningependa kusema karibu sana everybody, and we are delighted to have you. Next slide. I think we want to move towards a virtuous intelligence. I don't want us just to talk about artificial intelligence, because that is mechanical, that is matters related to the hardware of the brain. And a university like Daystar, you'll find it very stiff to compete with the likes of Boston, with the likes of MIT, with the likes of Harvard. If you try to engage in the space of artificial intelligence path, I would like us to, as a university, and I'm very clear in my mind, we can make a contribution towards virtuous intelligence. And ladies and gentlemen, the greatest danger is not that machines will think like human beings. That's not the danger. It is will begin thinking like machines. So this is a niche I'm choosing for my university, that as we engage with AI, we want to take a sector in that area, and we want Daystar to be a thought leader around virtuous intelligence, as I will try to develop in my speech today. Next slide. We have entered a new civilization. The first one was the agricultural revolution that changed human survival. So not many, after this revolution, everybody had food, and now we are billions on this earth. If it didn't happen, most of us would have been dying as soon as we are born because of lack of food. The second was the industrial revolution, which changed human labor. And you can see how Nairobi is. So people began to cluster around industries. I was telling somebody, the Machakos County should wake up. Really, they have one big industry for a change. They have Daystar University. Just look at Lukenya now. The last 5 years, there is massive development. So I'm also asking Machakos County, the governor, to please provide us with the street lights and floodlights on campus, because we are generating a lot of money for the county economy. And then came the digital revolution, which changed human communication. And I remember when I was doing my PhD, our peers, people said, you people are lucky. Now you have the internet, you have all the material, you just go there and Google. PhDs have become easier, they have become harder. So the digital revolution, has it benefited Africa? My answer is no. Just look at Africa, we are still dancing on the periphery. Yes, by the way, I was shocked when I reported to Daystar. In my first meeting, I was asking people, where are the files for the meeting? Where are the files for the meeting? Because at my previous university, when we were having Senate, files and files and files were printed. There was a full secretariat for printing files. But when I came to this in the boardroom, everybody came with a laptop. What a shift. And I had to pretend that this is normal so that they would accept me as one of them. But has it changed us as a people? That's what I'm asking. And the last new civilization is the AI revolution, and it's going to change the hardware, the human cognition aspect. And so here we are. What I'm asking, what will shape our human conscience? And I'm talking as a researcher. We are going to, PS, with your permission, we're going to have a journal launch today. And we are going to do research around this area of virtual leadership, because it is not enough to have AI if there is no virtuousness around it. And I'll be developing this argument as we go on. Next slide. I just want you to appreciate the growth of AI. Exponential growth, unbelievable growth. I saw statistics as we were doing the research with my team in my office. I saw phenomenal statistics on how AI has grown in the last 2 years, and into millions and millions uptake of just GPT versions of AI. So look at this. We had 100 million users in just 2 months. So where are we going? So this is one of the fastest growing technologies ever. The question is, where are we, Kenya and Africa? Katz, I was telling them when we were at that conference, I didn't see many presentations. I saw many innovations. You know, professors with their students showing the latest innovations throughout. Every session was about innovations. And I want us, as we deliberate today, let us worry about where we are as a continent, given that type of exponential growth. There is massive global investment in AI. And again, this is just pulling it down. You can see hundreds of billions of dollars invested in AI each year, with strong growth ahead. Do you know we need a national mindset? And an opportunity has come for us to do what we are doing, what we have done, you know, building buildings and roads and what, but to absorb this youth bulge. There is a lot of opportunity if we sit in the space of AI, and we can generate millions and billions of dollars. I have some ideas in this area, and we'll be developing them together with the government and other industry players, because I think we have found a solution for unemployment, unlike what people are thinking. There is economic transformation. AI will add trillions of dollars to the global economy, and that means employment. But are we there as Kenyans, as Africans, to exploit this invasion of civilization that is called AI? But I want to repeat, I know my other speakers will take different aspects of this presentation, but I'm putting it to you that intelligence without character will not take us anywhere. And me, I think this is our chance. This is our chance to bring to the fore that this global technological breakthrough can become a human breakthrough, or it can become a human disaster. Let me give you an example, and the lecturers who are here, please roll that down, get all of it, click down. Yeah, click that down. Now, I have just tightened our PhD process in Daystar. I have said we are going to have a doctoral oversight committee that is multidisciplinary. And after you have come from the field with your thesis, there will be data verification. And in addition to the data verification, we are going to have you come to us as my PhD student, and there will be a panel of about 15 people And you're not coming to present slides. No, you're coming to tell us about your study. And we have reports for you from your examiners. And we will ask you questions randomly from chapter 1 up to chapter 5. Why am I doing that? Because I know if we don't do that, Daystar will start producing PhDs who cannot read or write. AI-generated PhDs. So the aspect I'm bringing up here is that you cannot have intelligence without character. And Daystar is not going to be like that other university where somebody brings chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3 of their research work, and somewhere you write with a red pen, SP, spelling mistake, and then somewhere else you say, it is okay, continue. My PhD and master students who are here, it will not happen. You will convince us as a panel that yes, this one has truly become a PhD from Daystar. I'm just giving an example that if technology is not watched out, it can become a humanitarian disaster. And that's one example. Next. So the AI paradox, the great AI paradox, or the greatest, is that machines improve and things are smarter, faster, cheaper, more productive. So why doesn't human flourishing improve at the same time? Why human flourishing? Tulikuwa naongea na our chief guest, tunasema maisha yetu hapo awali had a lot of meaning. He went through Kakamega High School. Muridhi went through Shimolatewa, went through Mangu High School. But every time we met, we discussed what was going on in our schools. And we knew the set books in all level. So I read Chinua Achebe's work, Things Fall Apart. I read Wole Soyinka's Kongi's Harvest. I read Julius Caesar. And we could engage in discussion. And yet I was a science student. But PS, our people are not reading. And my worry is that with AI, the situation is going to get darker and darker. As they present you material, they have no idea what it is all about. And as we pushed our argument, we said, this is the next set of colonialism or imperialism, because we will be dancing on the periphery and saying, we have this and this and this, and yet we don't know. So that is a paradox. The challenge of the AI age is not smarter machines, but wiser human beings. And that is my argument throughout this conference, up to the publication of the journal. And our chief guest, we're already working on a journal based on this presentation to be the first article in that journal from Daystar. I'm going to invite other universities to join the editorial board so that we have a truly global journal worthy of mention. Let's go to the next slide. To the next slide. Look at what AI can measure. It can measure almost anything you can think of. And I don't want to go through that. But look, at the center of this, there must be virtue. There must be virtue. There must be a golden standard that is rooted for us in Scripture. And Scripture here is the Quran for my Muslim students, or the Bible. So if there's no virtue, we will not get what we are looking for. And I put it to you that Daystar can form a very strong niche if we say this congregation pushing the AI agenda in the country, we want to sit in the space of virtue or virtuous leadership of that AI so that it is responsible consumption. So what is the missing variable? AI does not possess conscience. That's all I'm saying. What is our addition? What is our contribution as Daystar? It is the component of conscience. Knowing what is right and what is wrong. Justice, fairness, relationships. That AI area needs that component, and we are very well suited to push that agenda, and we are going to do it because AI itself doesn't possess that conscience. I want us to reflect on this story. Those of us of my age know the story of Oppenheimer. This is the man who invented the atomic bomb. That was the AI at that time. Yeah. But after Hiroshima, people didn't celebrate the powerful atomic bomb. People cried about the over 70,000 Japanese that were killed in seconds. So this aspect I'm saying, if we develop technology and machines without a conscience, we'll have a problem. So that atomic bomb, the problem was not physics. No, the physics was perfect. That's why when it landed, it caused the expected destruction. The problem was character. So I want to postulate courageously and say AI is today's Manhattan Project. So where are we as Africans? This is my proposition, and I'm taking this boldly to say that artificial intelligence can never become more ethical than the people who create it. You know, people will say, but you are just talking about these intangibles, conscience, justice, fairness. But we are the ones doing the machines. But remember the story of the atomic bomb. And that's where delegates to this conference, we position Daystar to be courageous enough to say, apart from AI, we are going to put there VI, virtual intelligence. And we are going to pursue those constructs and develop some thinking around there. So the next slide amplifies what I'm saying. There is the IQ, the developers. There is the EQ, the relational people. There is the SQ. By the way, the spiritual quotient is very important, and I've learned about it very late when I was given the obligation to lead a faith-based institution like this one. Then you realize that that SQ is so critical. That's why PS, unless we have a problem with Nairobi water, our toilets are always running. And I don't have to worry that my PS will go to a toilet and not find tissue paper. Sounds simple. But imagine a professor of his standing goes to a washroom and then can't even have service to clean his hands. The spiritual quotient. By the way, in this university, and I'm not saying this because of your religious stand, this university, the people who give me the least problems are Muslim students. Yeah, it's a fact. If we go to the disciplinary cases, you don't find them there. But who are the girls who are smoking? Who are the girls who are drinking? Who are the boys who are doing all those things? So the spiritual quotient in any endeavor is very, very, very important. That PS, I can walk to main campus, and I had wished this conference was that side, and you walk into our River campus, walk into any lecture hall, you'll find the projector standing or hanging, and doors are not locked. That's what I'm talking about. But Sasa, when you go to that other institution, you find the projectors have been stolen, the sockets have been removed, and then tomorrow that person becomes a PS in the Republic of Kenya. So, some of you think, that is not important. I'm arguing that that variable is very important, and we are going to pick it up as our contribution to this responsible AI on the African continent. Next, and boldly in our hypothesis, we are bold enough as a university to say, at the base of the pyramid, that is Maslow's pyramid, there are the things of survival and shelter. It is equivalent to the AI. So AI is just a tool. But when you walk up the ladder, we will expect intellectual intelligence, IQ, we'll expect emotional intelligence, we'll expect spiritual intelligence, and we will expect virtuous intelligence. Then we shall be wise. Then we shall be wise. And human flourishing depends not only on increasing intelligence, but on elevating intelligence through virtue towards wisdom. Isn't there space for us, Africa? Isn't there space for us to make a huge contribution to the responsible AI globally? Yes, that is our space. Next. So let us know this virtue quotient is about wisdom, is about values, is about discernment, is about judgment. And now we are realizing, even as a country, we need those things so much. Because Kenya knows, in fact, Watanzania na Ugandans, when I go to Tanzania, wanasema nyinyi wa Kenya wajeuri sana. Mnajua sana, mnajifanya mnajua. We went to Zanzibar recently with a team from here, and as we were crossing into Zanzibar, the immigration, a very simple man, told us, nyinyi wa Kenya, what's wrong with you? Hamujui, you don't know that there is war in Iran. And fuel becoming expensive in Kenya is not Ruto's problem. There are people who are there. Murithi, you are there. And he told us, we don't understand you Kenyans. Even a global problem, ujeuri mwingi, mnasema, the president, punguza bei ya mafuta. So Kenyans know, I don't know whether Kenyans feel EQ. And at Daystar, we do that on a daily basis. That's why these students, I call them kids, are free to meet me anywhere they want. Come to the office, sit on that carpet, so that I can sense their feelings. Don't tell student leaders, you know, you must behave responsibly. No, I'm pulling all my students' leaders the following weekend to a retreat from Friday to Sunday, and we just go and talk to each other. I want to know their feelings. Where are they? What are their points of pain? And then AI computes for us. By the way, this computing thing started a long time ago. I'm sure, Katz, me and you use the slide rule to do calculations. Many people don't know what a slide rule was. We used slide rules, then now calculators, then computers, then now we have all these gadgets working on data and algorithms and analytics and all that. But those are okay. But we must have a beacon of responsibility around those attributes that we're talking about. So, next slide. The virtue quotient, therefore, talks about stewardship. And don't we need stewardship in Kenya? Justice, compassion, courage, humility, prudence, and accountability. Every time I talk about Kenya and this university, people even think I over-talk about Kenya. But it delights my heart that a young Kenyan can actually take up an institution like Kenya and make it activate more than 20 now, almost 30 universities, yes, into moving research from just writing theses and copy-pasting into commercialization, into innovation, and into entrepreneurship. The thinking of that one person. It is not about the IQ, no. It is not even about the EQ. It is the VQ, the virtuousness when you are given a responsibility, and that's what we want to bring in this area. So, as I finish, the responsible AI equation would be something like this. Responsible AI will equal to AI times virtue times governance times accountability. So, responsible AI emerges only when technical capability is combined with ethical character, effective governance, and accountability. So, PS, we shall form part of your battalion for canvassing, for whatever it is. Because if we don't give that department enough resources, we shall be left behind. But we must convince people that with AI, actually Kenya will not just be a regional hub, but it will be an African reference point. We can do that with those resources. But we must have virtuous leadership. And in that equation, we all know from standard 1 and 2 maths that if you have 0 in an equation and you multiply, it doesn't matter how many other figures you multiply, it will equal to what? To 0. Which countries are adopting AI? I want you to look at this sad picture. And I've told you when I went for this conference in Boston, AI was not about, you know Kenyans, we are very interesting. You know, there are people now, they go a euro once a letter, even my own administrators. They tell the AI, whatever ChatGPT, write me a letter to the Vice Chancellor. So when the letter comes, it has no reference to Daystar. It is talking about the communication between the Vice Chancellor and a university should be like this. You can see. And that's where we are. Many of you keep saying, how are we sure that we will manage to get our students doing genuine master's and PhD programs? I'm surprised because I work with you from chapter 1. I have 11 PhDs here supervising. I work with you from chapter 1, chapter 2, until I own that work. So you can't bring me some strange work. You can't. What is making me do that? The work of a vice chancellor is to sit in a nice car. Tony, hiyo gari yako ni mei. This guy has a very nice car. He deserves it. You know the work of a vice chancellor in a public university is to sit in a nice car. At the front seat, there's a bodyguard. Behind the seat, there's the vice chancellor. On this side, there's a beautiful PA. That's the work. You can't imagine the vice chancellor of a university going to teach statistics or research methods and then supervising students up to graduation. Why do we do that? That is now the virtuousness I'm talking about. Don't ask people to do something that you can't do. And then the difference will be seen. So look at the picture there. You can see, of course, North America, Europe, the Arab world, Australia. Their uptake of AI is in the region of 20 to 40%. And look at Africa. We can do better than that. Now, why does Africa matter? Africa matters because we have the youngest population, the age, we have rich ethical traditions we can exploit, the Ubuntus and other philosophies. We have community, we have faith, we have family, we have stewardship. So can Africa, my argument in this presentation is, can Africa become the conscience of artificial intelligence? Can we be able to be the conscience of artificial intelligence for the good of the world? Look at the age differences. Look at Africa, 19.5. So we are very, very, very young. And we can exploit the energy of youth and become anything. So Africa already owns the missing philosophy. I am because we are is very significant. If you have troubled this world, you don't get happiness in many of those countries like you find happiness in Africa. We can carry on that. So AI currently says, I compute, therefore I am. But for us, we shall say, because I am, because we are, and there'll be a very huge contrast. And a university like this one must take up that challenge and push this agenda across the globe in conferences and seeking support, financial support elsewhere. I think you can skip the next slide. It looks the same. Yeah. But peers, universities must reinvent themselves from technical competence to human-centered intelligence. By the way, we were talking about this research out there in, not Limuru, where is that? Yeah, out there, Agriculture Research Center. When I was growing up, it was the pride of the country. The other day I went there and I was shedding tears. It is run down to a limit. Now we have just a few Japanese trying to teach us how to grow managu in the 21st century. So what is missing? I'm sure it's not the IQ. No, it is the virtuousness when you are given responsibility in an institution that is truly lacking. And the Daystar community and this research, I think the University of the AI era must educate not only brilliant minds, but also ethical leaders whose intelligence is guided by character, wisdom, and commitment to human flourishing. At Daystar, we believe in human flourishing. It's a very deliberate. PS, we give out scholarship worth about 70 million annually to deserving students, so that no child is left behind, particularly the children who come here through COOPs, School of Nursing, School of Law, very brilliant students, but from very disadvantaged backgrounds. So we run around Kates and others in the US to get money to help with scholarships so that they can also become. Next slide. I'm pushing for this, the research agenda. I think things like this, some of us might think, but is that really research? But things like the virtue quotient scale, the responsible AI index, the doctoral consortium that I had a team from the School of Business was saying, but that is not in our graduate book. Tutatembea na nyinyi paka tukubaliane. You must earn a degree that will make Kenya better. Things like national AI ethics. Why don't we lead that? Why can't we lead that? How about African observatory, AI observatories positioning and virtuous intelligence index? These are ideas, but if we leave them where they are, tomorrow they'll come from the north to us. Okay, I want you to run to the DU brains, slide 26, so that we go to the last one. So the vision of this conference, for me, I'm very clear, is about us coming together. government, industry, church, universities, communities. And we might not have the capital and the capacity to get into those black boxes that give us information we are using, but we can umbrella all this in a virtuous intelligence context so that we have responsible AI that will make us better as a country and that there will be human flourishing. I'm hoping that now AI has come. You know those can you run to those revolutions? That slide on revolutions. We're just about to finish that slide. Yeah. You know, the agriculture revolution came and Nubians were in Kibera and nothing changed for them because I grew up in Kibera myself. Then the industrial revolution also came. Kibera has remained the same. It has not impacted them in any way. They only walk across to go and build kwa mjengo, then come back. Then there has been the digital revolution. And Kibera has remained the same. Now it is a little worse because they're using flying toilets. Before there were pit latrines. Now it is flying toilets. You must look for paper, Juala. And now we are into the AI revolution. I hope Kibera will change. Yeah, I hope it will change so that they can also flourish. So my parting questions, ladies and gentlemen, are the 4 questions that will shape humanity. Move on. This is second last slide. Yeah. Number 1, can AI think? That's a wrong question. Number 2, can AI replace jobs? It is an incomplete question because you are not telling me that you have a citizenry that has the capacity to exploit AI. Those of us who have gone to India, industrial parks, it's amazing how many young people are engaged. When you pick a call to book a hotel in California, you're actually talking to somebody in India. Third question, can AI become ethical? Is even a better question. Isn't that an area where we can sit ourselves and make a contribution? And the last question is that can humanity remain virtuous? And that is the defining question as we move into this era. The last slide. Africa should not simply build intelligent machines. Maybe we shall be replicating. Maybe we shall be, trying to reinvent the wheel. Me, I think Africa must build intelligent civilizations. There's a difference when you meet people who are human beings in how they relate to others and what they do. So, enter, click here. Africa must build intelligent civilization. And finally, I am very convinced that beyond artificial intelligence lies virtuous intelligence. And that will be our point of study at Daystar. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Allow me, PS, before you come in, for 15 minutes we allow our keynote speaker, who will also be with us in our discussion questions. James Katz is a renowned professor of communication from Boston. Came in through one of our faculty members. I haven't seen her here today. Oh yeah, Leah Komen. And then we became friends. So he came here to talk to us about AI about a year and a half ago. And then I've been invited to Boston and that clique of universities for conferences. And I've truly come to value him and his family. And so I wanted him to attend this conference, and he has come. We are very, very delighted. Welcome him, please. Noma Kofi. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Lovely speech, lovely speech. Good morning. I want to begin with a true story. In 2020, a Canadian man by the name of Joshua Barbeau sat at his computer. He did something that once belonged only to science fiction or to a seance parlor. Using a system called Project December, he built a chatbot, a talking computer program. It was modeled on his deceased fiancée. Jessica was her name. She died from a rare illness, and he was devastated. He wanted some way to bring her back, to have her be part of his life. What he had, though, were only traces, only portions of her life. He had snippets of her speech, had emails, had photographs, and using this computer program, he created a chatbot. He would type into it, and the chatbot would answer back in a reasonable facsimile of Jessica's voice and sentiments and thoughts. For a time, he had his Jessica back. For a time, he erased the boundary between memory and reality. However, this, of course, is a very unstable situation. I begin my remarks here, not because this example is typical of the way we're using AI. I do so because it reveals a boundary that's becoming now present and also unstable. That is the threshold that I want to explore with you today, and which I believe builds on many of the themes that we've heard this morning. Vice Chancellor Airo, distinguished guests, colleagues, students, it's an honor to be with you here at Daystar. Daystar is grounded in the Christian faith, in African intellectual traditions, and in serious public scholarship. It has something vital to offer on the global conversation about artificial intelligence, as you just heard from the Vice Chancellor. As I believe the story about Joshua and Jessica illustrated, though, it's also a conversation that Daystar can participate in, and as we can see, is a topic that we should not leave merely to the technologists and to distant regulators. For decades, I've studied how communication technologies enter the fabric of daily life and how, from the mobile phone onwards, they reshape what it means to be human together. My work brings me here today to put an urgent question to you. It sits at the meeting point of ethics, culture, and morality. The question is this: what happens when a machine begins to occupy a place in human life once reserved for another human being who is no longer with us? Next slide, please. Let me begin with a word of background because these technologies are new to many of us. A chatbot is a computer program you can hold a conversation with. You can converse by typing or increasingly commonly by voice. In simple terms, it's a software that talks back. The older programs followed a fixed script. The newer ones today use AI to produce replies that seem strikingly familiar to the people who are deceased. You can really feel like there's a mind at the other end of the conversation. Under such conditions, it's easy to forget you are actually just speaking with a machine. A grief bot is a particular kind of chatbot. It's built from the digital traces of a dead person left behind. The program takes the text messages, emails, voice recordings, video recordings, photographs, and creates a vital, moving, talking human being on the computer in front of you. It lets a grieving person keep holding a conversation with a simulation of the person who died. This is no longer something in a science fiction book. It's already a product you can buy commercially. And it's one of the most emotionally powerful and ethically fraught uses of artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. My argument is straightforward. To understand grief bots and AI companionships more broadly, solving the technical problem is not enough. We need moral, cultural, and sociological frameworks, and we need these so that we can grapple with the issues of personhood, memory, community, and the boundary of death. Next slide. I want to bring these frameworks into the conversation. These frameworks are Apparatgeist, the sociological logic of personal media, Ubuntu, one influential strand of African moral thought, and Christian discernment, a tradition of theological and moral evaluation. Ubuntu and Christian theology arise from different histories. Yet on this topic, they converge with striking force. Both insist on protecting community, human dignity, and the limits of human control over life and over death. Next slide, please. First, let's look at the sociological framework. Communication technologies not only help us connect, they teach us what kind of connection to expect. Apparatgeist names the felt spirit of the device. It identifies the way our technologies come to carry expectations, obligations, and even a sense of presence. We don't merely use these communication technologies, we begin to live with them. The mobile phone became more than a way to make calls. It became a way that a person was always reachable. Over time, this hardened into a culture where we were always expected to be reachable. Now, being reachable, even in a conference, feels normal. Conversational artificial intelligence takes this one step further. The computer in this context is no longer just a channel between people. It begins to act like a presence in its own right. It greets us, it remembers us, it adapts to us, and even appears to wait for us and be happy when we appear to a machine. That's why grief bots matter. They are the extreme test of what happens when a communication system appears to restore presence after death. Human relationships involve friction. Other people have limits, they have moods, boundaries, they get angry and frustrated. They disappoint us and require our patience. Yet it's often through that friction that moral and spiritual maturity are formed. AI companionship removes that friction. It is available, tireless, and endlessly agreeable. For someone who is lonely, that machine can give relief. But it raises a hard question. What kind of person is formed by long intimacy with a simulation that offers the appearance of reciprocity, but without an independent human will? That question grows sharper still when the simulated person is someone who has died but is still emotionally meaningful to us. The grief bot is the furthest reach of perpetual contact. If the logic of modern communication is to keep the channel open at all costs, then death has always been the final disconnection. The grief bot tries to bypass it. It turns a still archive of data into an active speaking presence. When the mourner writes a message, the system does not retrieve an old memory. It invents a new, plausible reply. We should not dismiss the tremendous appeal that this kind of technology has to us, especially to the mourner. In the early disorienting days of grief, the sense of an ongoing relationship can be deeply comforting. Now, some will say the grief bot is simply the next step in something ancient. Humans have always kept the dead close through stories, photographs, letters, prayers, and conversations at the graveside. Is a grief bot really so different? We may ask ourselves. There's truth in that objection. There's nothing wrong with memory. Often remembering is how we face death squarely. Next slide. But there is a line, and GriefBot crosses that line. A photograph does not pretend to answer us. A letter doesn't compose new advice. Recording does not improvise fresh conditions of love. These preserve traces of life. A GriefBot, by contrast, manufactures new moments. Words the dead never spoke. Opinions they may never have held. Feelings they can no longer stand behind. To remember the dead is to honor their life. To simulate their endless availability is to risk turning their memory into a service that you log on to. Next slide. Next slide. This is where Ubuntu speaks. African societies are diverse and cannot be reduced to a single pattern, of course. With that in mind, Ubuntu is often captured in the phrase, a person is a person through other persons. Identity is relational. From that view, GriefBots raise 4 problems. First, a life belongs not only to the mourner, but to a community. To simulate the dead is never purely a private act. Second, grief is shared work, carried by ritual, lament, and by the presence of others. The GriefBot risks replacing that shared labor with a solitary, comfortable substitute. Third, growth is at stake. A generative system does not remember, it predicts. So it may put false words in the mouth of someone who can no longer correct the record. Fourth, death carries communal and spiritual meaning. The dead may remain present to us, but not as companions available on demand. The GriefBot collapses reverent distance and turns a person into an interactive product. Next slide, please. Christian discernment arrives at a similar warning. It asks us to face death truthfully, to resist the fantasy of total control, and to place hope not in a simulation, but in God. Christian tradition has long been wary of attempts to summon the dead, not out of superstition, but because it is a temptation to master what must finally be surrendered. Faith does not promise a digital echo of a person we lost. It promises resurrection. A grief bot offers presence without truth, continuity without transformation. The same conviction runs through Islam and other faiths represented here, that life and death belong to God, that our hope rests in what God promises beyond death, not in a copy that we keep for ourselves. You need not share such faiths to feel the force of the point. Even in fully secular terms and from other religious viewpoints, the dead have a dignity of their own. They can no longer consent to the words we place under their name and a technology that speaks for them, without them, owes us an account of that. But critique must be joined to care. Those who turn to grief bots are usually not defiant. They are wounded. If our churches, mosques, universities, and families do not offer real, embodied comfort, we should not be surprised when grieving people turn to software for it. Critique without presence is hollow. Let's now place these three frameworks side by side. We examined Apparatgeist, Ubuntu, and Christian discernment together. With them together, I see three tests that are required for any AI companion. Next slide, please. The community test. Does it draw a person back towards accountable, embodied relationships, or does it seal them inside a synthetic echo chamber? The truth test. Does it honor the integrity of memory and identity, or does it fabricate intimacy under a borrowed name? The maturity test. Does it help a person move through grief toward growth, or does it trap them in an endless loop of dependence? These three questions each go beyond the grief bot. They go to the whole expanding market of AI companions, romantic avatars, and synthetic coaches. The question is no longer whether AI can imitate human closeness. Clearly, AI can, and clearly it does. The question is whether we will let it erode our need for one another and replace it with something thinner, cheaper, and easier to control. This does not mean every use must be refused. Next slide, please. It means we should be able to say what responsible design looks like. A grief bot technology built with care could be clearly labeled as a simulation, never mistaken for the person, and made for a season of mourning rather than a permanent attachment. It would stand alongside human support, pastoral, clinical, and familiar support, rather than replace it. It would refuse to profit by prolonging someone's pain. These are things this community can help define, as the Vice Chancellor pointed out in his remarks. Building responsible AI is not only knowing what to resist, it's knowing what to ask of what it is that we do build. We are crossing a new frontier. Our devices are moving from tools that connect us to agents that stand in for human presence. And sometimes they stand in for the dead. This is not a frontier to cross carelessly. The future of AI should not be defined only in Silicon Valley, not in Brussels and not in Beijing. Universities like Daystar can help shape this moral vocabulary of AI itself. Next slide, please. They can ask what kind of person these systems form. They can help name what should never be simulated, even when it can be. The promise of these chatbots is seductive. You will never have to be alone. You'll never have to be unreachable. You will never have to say a final goodbye. But some promises are dangerous precisely because they deny the conditions of human life. If technology supports human care, use it wisely. If it hollows out human communication while imitating it, it should be resisted. This is the work of discernment, and it is the work that this community, here today, in person and virtually, is well placed to lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Katz. A story is told of a sound engineer in Canada who used one of these grief bots to mourn her father. And messages were created about him, but it failed because it proved that it was not as therapeutic as she expected it to be. You know, in therapy, there's a word called cathartic. It was not cathartic for her. So thank you so much, Professor Katz. You've opened our eyes to a very profound frontline in AI. Can these chatbots be trained to recreate digital remains of our loved ones, our dead relatives? Can AI truly help us grieve? That's something we really need to ponder on. And thank you, Professor Ayiro, who remembers the formula on responsible AI. AI times virtue times governance times accessibility. Responsible AI equals AI times virtue times governance times accessibility. So let's move on. I want to introduce you to a distinguished scientist. Has been active for over 30 years in agricultural science, research management, and science policy. He's been a director for the Division of Africa, International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA in Vienna. He's actively advancing Kenya's nuclear agenda. In academia, he has held senior roles, including Vice Chancellor of Umma University and Deputy Vice Chancellor at Egerton University. He has also been the CEO of an organization that's very dear to us, NACOSTI. So we're already fond of you, Prof. As a principal secretary, he leads a newly created department under the Ministry of Education. And his role focuses on cultivating a vibrant science and innovation ecosystem, and is driving the socio-economic transformation agenda there. So without further ado, karibu sana, Bwana PS, Professor Abdul Razak. Please, let's stand up and give him a rousing welcome. He is the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Science, Research, and Innovation. Prof, will you tell us something very short about your nuclear journey? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Please, let's get seated. Thank you very much, my dear sister, the moderator. Let me once again to really thank my brother, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Laban Ayiro, for really inviting me to come to this, allow me to use a prestigious institution of higher learning among our private universities here in Kenya. I also want to thank our distinguished visitor, who is also a friend to Professor James Katz. I also want to recognize the presence of the chair of the committee, of course, the Deputy Vice Chancellor is present, the CEO of Kenya, colleagues from the State Department who are here, distinguished professors, intellectuals, scientists, students from this university and other universities and other institutions as well. I'm very delighted, really, to be with you this morning, to be able to deliver my opening remarks for this very important gathering here that we are discussing. I'm listening to what Professor Ayiro alluded to earlier, and Katz as well, and of course the chair. I feel a lot has already been said. And there are a lot of lessons that we can be able to learn. In fact, I was telling Laban, this is the way really to go. And I'm glad the moderator brought it back again, the issue of responsibility, the issue of responsible AI as well. And I really want to ride on that, the issue of virtue, so to speak. And I'm glad you've had, I served at Umma University, where we were also discussing more or less the same thing, that we are bringing science, you're bringing technology, you're bringing secular education, but how does it blend with the religious education? And here we are talking about the faith of Christianity and the faith of Islam as well. And I think this is very, very important, that we should not forget whatever we do, we must be able to do it in a responsible manner. Sometimes, colleagues and friends, when I speak about science, technology, and innovation, I recall my talk when I was at the Nakosti, and I was invited to speak in the Science for Society Forum in Kyoto, where I delivered a lecture on the light and shadow of science. And I'm glad today you reminded me, Laban, on the light and shadow of AI. I wish I had picked on that subject, but if you invite me again, I'll be more than happy to come and speak on that. Do Brains 2026 convene under the very important theme, as you've heard, how we can be able to take AI in a responsible manner, and of course the inclusiveness of the networked society, so to speak. Of course, we are talking about everybody has got to come on board. Nobody should be left behind. I really commend Daystar University for bringing together researchers, innovators, policymakers, industry students, and ethical leaders to address one of the defining questions of our generation. How do we harness artificial intelligence to expand human opportunity without diminishing human dignity? This is the subject of discussion. As we expand, how do we also take care of the human dignity, so to speak? This conference is already demonstrating the power of ideas and collaboration. And I've looked through the booklet, the sort of abstracts that have been presented there. I had an opportunity of having a glimpse of some of the innovators, young innovators outside there. And I am very confident that this festival really is targeting the right audience, so to speak. And I'm anticipating a very deliberate sort of recommendations that is going to come out of this very important meeting. This is precisely the direction that Kenya needs, moving from the discussion to discovery, from research to application, and from prototype to products that improves lives. I've always been advocating on the socialization of science. Science, for the sake of it, doesn't make sense, in my opinion. And science can be good, but it must be used in a responsible manner. And I think Professor Laban has alluded to this. I spent 2.5 years in Japan when I was doing my postdoc, and I visited Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and I saw what you're talking about. The physics wasn't wrong, but the other aspect of character was wrong. And I'm glad that you're putting it in perspective that even here in our country, there's nothing wrong in the systems. There's nothing wrong in the institutions, but there's a lot of things that we need to talk about when it comes to issue of character. And I'm glad you have brought it in that perspective. What sort of students are we producing? What sort of graduates are we producing here? So I'm very happy to hear all this is being blended, so to speak, even when we are discussing on AI. Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming a new form of national infrastructure. It is transforming several sectors: health care, agriculture, education, manufacturing, finance, climate focusing, security, and public administration. And of course, when you look at the global perspective, the AI is developing into multi-trillion-dollar economic force. However, its computing infrastructure, data sets, foundation models, and intellectual property remain concentrated in relatively few countries and cooperation. And that's why I think Professor's map was very clear. You can see where we stand between 0 and 20 and between 20 and 40. And the question is, we should not be left behind as well. We need to leapfrog. And I'm going to give you some of the impetus of what we are doing currently in government. Africa, therefore, must make a deliberate choice. We can remain consumers of these algorithms or develop that were developed elsewhere, or we can become creators, owners, and exporters of African technology. I think for a long time, we have been consumers of technology and not producers of technology. We need to change this, and I'm very glad that we are on that trajectory. The fact that His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has created a dedicated State Department, which I'm honored to serve, I think is a very clear testimony. We are on that trajectory of transforming Kenya from the current status to the first world status. And we need everybody to come along so that we can be able to move forward. But now we are talking about issues of virtues. Now that we are talking about issue of responsibility, let me just divert a little bit and say, unless, and I want to quote His Excellency the President, unless we believe in ourselves, unless we believe it is possible, we will not be able to reach where we want to go. Because sometimes we look down upon ourselves and we shoot ourselves on the feet and we think others are better than us. We need to change that thinking. We need to change that narrative. We have all what it takes. 60 years ago, Kenya was at par with most of these Asian tigers. We just need to ask ourselves, how can we be able to leapfrog? What do we need to do? It is more of how and less of what, because we already know the what. And I'm glad that every time you speak about this transformation, and I'm sorry, Professor, I'm going to come back again and again on what you presented, giving us the transformation of agriculture transformation all the way to AI, and giving an example of Kibera here, where that these days sometimes you get to hear people using these flying toilets and so on and so forth. And I think that's why His Excellency the President and the government say we must change. And we can be able to transform the Nairobi River. We can be able to change the housing status in this country. We can be able to boost our energy sources from 3,300 all the way to 10,000 megawatts as well, by embracing technology, innovation, and having all these sources of energy. But we must believe it is possible. We must believe that we can be able to do it as well. The future of Africa must not simply be coded for us. It must be coded with us and increasingly coded by us. You remember the slogan of the Africa Union, Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want. We must be able to have and craft an agenda by us, for us, and so that we can be able to move forward. We must be able to look for ways and means of how we can be able to produce more from less for more. And it can only be done using technology like this. It can only be done using innovation. This is also a question of sovereignty. Just as Africa has historically exported raw materials and imported finished products, we must not enter into the new era in which we export our data and import finished intelligence. This is exactly what is happening now. That the data that is being created, it is exported, and other people are able to simulate this data, and we are able to import intelligence. So that we must be able to create our own data, but we must also be able to simulate and be able to use the data and extrapolate that data. I was so happy the young fellows outside there were demonstrating how they are putting all this data in perspective. A very good example of antimicrobial resistance, showing you three elements. You have an environment, you have humans and animal, disaggregated, so to speak, but they're looking at AI of how they can bring things in perspective, how you can have an early warning system, and how you can be able to have that connectivity as well. And we've seen it. We're just coming out of the woods of the COVID-19. This is exactly what they are talking about, how we are managing the zoonotic disease, just to give you that as an example. Kenya has strong foundation, in my opinion. We possess a dynamic digital economy, a globally recognized mobile innovation, an entrepreneurial startup ecosystem, strong universities and research institutions, and of course, we are also expanding on the digital public infrastructure and a young population ready to create. I think it's been said the mean age in Africa is 19 years. And if you look at this country, 75% of our population are in the age bracket of 35 and below. But we must be able to harness and be able to drive dividends from this young population, or otherwise it becomes a challenge. The Kenya Artificial Intelligence Strategy 2025-2030 provides direction through three interconnected pillars: the AI digital infrastructure, data and AI governance, and AI research, innovation, and commercialization. Our task now is to implement, and implement must be able to give us those measurable economic and societal impact. I like to really emphasize on this societal impact. We must be able to have what I want to call needs-driven strategy. We must be able to look at the bottom, just like the government blueprint, the bottom-up economic transformative agenda with the 5 pillars, very critical pillars of looking at the issues of food safety, security, and agriculture, looking at the area of One Health and a vibrant health system, looking at the housing, MSMEs, and looking at the digital superhighway as well, and ICT. These are very, very critical. And if you look at our vision 2030, we have what it takes really, trying to move Kenya from the current status to middle income status as well, with economic, social, political pillars. But if you look at the base of all this is science, technology, and innovation. And we must be able to embrace all that. Kenya is also strengthening its international leadership through the work of the Office of the Special Envoy on Technology. And I want to mention my friend and a brother here, Ambassador Thigo, who has really been championing this and has helped to position technology diplomacy as the instrument of the national development, advancing Kenyan engagement in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, digital infrastructure, and emerging technologies. Kenya and Africa in general must therefore avoid outsourcing intelligence. We must develop capabilities across the entire AI value chain, from data to computing infrastructure to research, intellectual property, deployment, and commercialization. And I'm glad that Professor Laban Ayiro here is already taking that lead. He wants to launch a journal, but you can see the paper that is going to come out of this journal. The first paper would be really to put this aspect of AI in perspective. In fact, Professor, we've agreed that I've had a breaking the silos, building synergies and collaboration between the public, the private universities, the industry, the government as well, and be able to ask ourselves, what are the gaps that we need to address together? It's all about complementing each other. I know you guys have got to compete because you're being ranked, but by the end of the day, I also want to see complementarity. That's why I advocated for Kenya National Research Fund and, of course, the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation to be able to work together so that we can be able to address this very important subject. Our approach recognizes that no institution can build Kenya's scientific future alone. We are therefore advancing three interconnected instruments. And one, let me give you some of the ideas that I'm having since I took this position, I would like to ensure that we can be able to work together. One is the issue of clusters. I keep on talking about this. You cannot be able to spread so thinly and everybody does everything. So we want to create clusters, and the approach is very simple. Universities will be able to identify their areas, what do we call niche, the three top niche areas that you consider are your competence area. You have many, but if you are to rank them, what will be your best three? And then we have institutions, research institutions. You spoke, Laban, about CALRO, for example, that is meant to look and spearhead agricultural sciences. We have Kenya Medical Research Institute. So these will be at the center, and with the universities, we bring the private sectors, we bring the CGR centers, international organization, and of course the UN entity. The message is very clear. Build synergies and break the silos so that we can be able to look at these as clusters. And you can imagine the tool that we can be able to use for more effectiveness, efficiency, and faster results would be, of course, the AI. And we want to make sure that we can create all these clusters. It could be a bioeconomy cluster, it could be a blue economy cluster, it could be an energy clusters, but clusters that will enable Kenya leapfrog to the next level. Secondly, is to go around the concept of researchers, that we want to build a capacity and capability of research, innovation, technology towards commercialization. And I trust that when we have these researchers in universities and research institutions, we will be able, in my opinion, to attract talented scientists, train postgraduate students. We will be able to mobilize international resources to leverage on the domestic financing as well. And most importantly, we will also be able to build a multidisciplinary, multi-institutional approach that will be able to produce solution to the relevant national development. So we will need to do all this in areas of robotics, cybersecurity, digital health, computing, agriculture, climate intelligence, just to mention a few. But again, these will be the discussions that will be brought forward by the relevant experts and scientists as well. And I trust that if we can be able to do all this, then we're going to break those silos and we're going to bridge the gap as well. And the last idea that I would like to put on the table that we are already discussing with potential funders and donors is the grand challenge. We want to see that we can be able to finance not just isolated projects, but organize research in major questions. Just to pose questions like, can AI help reduce maternal and infant death? Can AI improve disease surveillance and identify health outbreak before they spread? Can AI improve learning outcomes in underserved schools? Can it strengthen public service delivery, transparency, productivity, and fight the issues of corruption? Can we also be able to ask more other academic questions, more other societal questions that we can be able to address? Can it also be able to look at the issues of multidisciplinary team and multi-institutional as well? That's why I want to challenge National Research Fund to be able to be more focused in the way we are funding our research, so that we do not just look at the single discipline research of an individual, but we are looking at interconnectivity, a multidisciplinary, multi-institutional, because the challenges that we are facing in our society, they are very complex. And then how do we bring the international players as well? African countries, therefore, in my opinion, they must be able to collaborate. On a very important areas, for example, looking at the computing infrastructure. We must be able to look at the data and the systems. You know, there are no borders, so to speak. When you're doing satellite, for example, imaging, you can be able to go across the borders and be able to have all these, what Professor was talking about. Either we are developing a very strong repository of data, or you're looking at a very vibrant observatory that will be able to appreciate both the human resource and, of course, the capacity in terms of the infrastructure. We have opportunities in Africa. Just to give you an example of the African Continental Free Trade, also provides a greater market for African AI products as well. So you can use this AI intelligence as well to understand what is going on within the East Africa region and what is going on in other parts of Africa. What I'm trying to say here is that we must be able to look at AI with a different eye lens, so to speak. How does it really help us? And with dignity, how does it take us to the next level so that we can be able to use it for the benefit of our society? Ladies and gentlemen, our greatest challenge is no longer the generation of ideas. It is converting these ideas into economic and social value. Too much research ends up in publications, conference presentation, or laboratory prototype. And that's why when Professor stood up here and he was talking about not just somebody coming to present their thesis, but somebody coming to present their innovation. And I'm seeing, Prof, this is the trajectory that we are going to see in future. That when you're a PhD student, you don't need to come and show us your publications. You just come and show us your innovations. And you can just tell us how many patents you have. And after that, you just graduate with your PhD and you move. Because this is the practical aspect of looking at this issue. We must be able to build a very stronger pathway by looking at the research to inventions to intellectual property right to enterprise, and enterprise to markets, job, and improve public service. I've been having a conversation with the CEO of Kenya. We want to improve the Innovation Global Index, and we know where the challenge is. Either we are not providing the relevant data, or we are providing obsolete data, and sometimes we provide very late that data. So when they put it together, you see that we are sliding down. So we have had a conversation, and we will continue. So we want to make sure that we take Kenya back to that position where it used to be as far as innovation is concerned. Equally, we want to make sure that we can be able to contribute to the knowledge in the country, in the region, and globally. If you look at UNESCO, you will find that the knowledge generated from the continent of Africa, scientific knowledge, is merely less than 2%, compared to the rest of the world. And if you look at the scientists and that we have as well from this part of the world. They are very decimal, so to speak. So we want to build that capacity. That's why in this country, one of the visions that I have is to ensure that we can have 100 PhDs per million population. But not just PhD for the sake of it. PhDs that will really be able to drive the agenda. We want to make sure, as the government is very committed in terms of funding, as Professor said, we want to leapfrog from 0.78% of the GDP to 1% towards 2% of the GDP as stipulated in Science, Technology, Innovation Act of 2013. Commercialization is not just able to fund ideas to prototype to commercialization, bring in venture capitalists after we've done the pitching, and be able to ensure the private sector can come in. We are in that discussion of making sure that we can be able to do more in terms of domestic financing. So what am I saying is that every AI researcher must be able to ask very fundamental questions. Whose problem are they solving? Whose data are we using? Whose benefit is it? And who may it harm as well? And who remains accountable when the system fails? So that accountability, that transparency, that virtue that you are talking about, Prof, we must be able to embed it in all the things that we do here. AI must serve both men and women, rural and urban communities, young and old, and persons with disabilities. Why am I saying this? Because of the disparities sometimes that we have. And I think that question has also been posed earlier. How can we be able to ensure there is everybody brought on board as well as we move forward with this very important subject? As we begin in the conference, as we end the conference, as I end my speech, I would like to leave you with some few challenges that I really want you to ponder on. One is let every research project address a clearly defined societal need. Whatever we do in terms of our research, we must be able to ask, what societal issues are we addressing? Isn't it unacceptable that 60 years after independence, we still have pre- and post-harvest losses, or in the tune of 30 to 40%? So what sort of research have we been doing when it comes to areas of agriculture? It is unacceptable that almost 40,000 plus people in this country are still suffering in areas of diagnosis and treatment of cancer, and we lose almost 20,000 people every year. Yesterday, I visited Kipre, an institution, the Primate Research Institute. I was so fascinated when they took me around and they were showing me the capacity and capability that we have to produce antivenom. I did not know that we have almost 20,000 cases of snake bites in this country every year. And out of that, you have almost 4,000 deaths and almost 7,000 people who can easily be disabled as a result of snake bites. And the venom that we are using, antivenom that we are using in this country, ranges between 5,000 and 8,000 Kenyan shillings. It is imported. And unfortunately, the efficacy of this antivenom is as low as probably 20%, 30 or 40%. So when I asked and posed the question, what can you do? They say, we can be able to produce antivenom here with a target of efficacy of almost 80%. So these are sort of the things. These are sort of the things I would like to walk around and listen to and hear and be able to say, how can we support? Putting about 100 million into this project and be able to produce antivenom, not just they put it where a snake has, you have a snake bite. They told me that's not true. Why? They say, look, that's not true. Why? They say, look, that snake that has bitten you, it is most likely not a poisonous snake. So they put a stone there, and they say, oh, after a while, now the stone has sucked all the poison, all the venom, you are fine. I learned that yesterday, actually. And you can see that no wonder we are losing people as a result of snake bites. So really what I'm trying to say is societal issues, very important. Let our universities and industry build permanent partnership, not occasional engagement, and let us measure success, not merely by just papers, research for the sake of it, but we must be able to look at the job markets. I think we have youth in this country. We must be able to expand wealth as well, establish enterprises, and of course we want to ensure that the public government is going to continue providing the enabling environment for the private sector to thrive as well. So ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is not just a future we must wait for. It is the future we must actively shape. Let the research presented here influence policy. Let the prototypes become products. Let partnership become enduring clusters. And let our ethical commitment become trusted institution. Kenya must not merely participate in AI revolution. Kenya must help lead it responsibly, inclusively, ethically, and boldly. With these remarks, it is my honor to declare Do Brains AI Conference 2026 officially open.
Thank you so much.
Asante sana. God bless Daystar University. God bless our researchers and innovators. God bless the Republic of Kenya. Asante, God bless all of you.
Thank you. PS, State Department for Science, Research and Innovation. Bona PS, if I could indulge you for 5 minutes. We have a culture here, yes. If you could just stay on the stage. At this juncture, I will call the gifting committee, led by the Dean, School of Science and Health, Dr. Jane Kimathi. As they come up, Bwana PS, one of the challenges is we are innovators, we have brilliant ideas, but when we come knocking at your door, sometimes we're not met with open arms. So, our plea...
My door is always open.
Thank you. So our plea is to you and your state agencies to embrace the young people and the innovations. Thank you so much for that. So we have, I'll also ask the journal team to be on standby. Bona, Professor Ayiro, our VC? Okay. VC, please come up. And Professor Katz as well, DVCs. We continue to engage and hear from esteemed speakers as the DU Brains AI Conference 2026 goes on. Thank you so much. Bwana PS, please be upstanding. Let us appreciate our PS. Thank you so much. Please come closer so that you can have a quick photo op with the PS's office. DVCs, come on this side. Thank you. Thank you, Bwana VC. So you will also just stay on stage for 1 more minute. I know you've all been wondering what that lovely packaged cubicle is. Inside that package. Yes. Dr. Omwansa, please come up as well. Yes. So this lovely cube here is storing some fantastic news for Daystar. You've all heard of the journal. After this conference, there'll be a journal that will be published. It's called the Journal of AI, Digital Innovation and Society. And it's a journal to disseminate research innovation on AI. And Professor Labanairo, our VC, will be the first to submit an article. Thank you so much for that. So he's leading and he has opened the way for us and we follow suit. Asante, Prof. So we're going to do a ceremonial ribbon cutting of the cubicle that has our journal. Please proceed, gentlemen. Thank you. Dr. Ayuya, Dr. Kimathi, thank you. Remember, this is commitment to a responsible AI approach. Yes. Oh, okay. So I can count down. Do we stand for this momentous occasion? I think we should. Okay. So let's count it down as he prepares the makasi. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I want to hear a loud cheer from the audience. Wow, thank you. Responsible AI in academia. Here is our Journal of Artificial Intelligence, Digital Innovation and Society. I'm sure you didn't expect such pomp. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the moment a bit more. In a few minutes, we'll just do a quick signing, Bwana PS. So please don't leave. Okay. So I'll call the signing ceremony team. Professor Kabaji. We have another momentous occasion to celebrate. What is a conference without commitment? We talk and talk and talk, we write notes, we leave here and we go and have tea. But we need commitment. So now we move to a signing ceremony. This solidifies Daystar's commitment to responsible AI. So we will have the 3 leads signing. Please hold it up. Thank you, gentlemen. Bwana VC will be our first, or we could start with Professor Abdul Razak, our PS. Hakuna mtu anataka kucommit kwanza. Cheers, cheers, please. Applause. Then we'll have the PS signing. Cheers. And then we will have Professor Katz, thank you, all the way from Boston. Asante. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will now have Dr. Omwansa also just signing, and then the rest will sign at a later time. They can sign. All right, I think we can have all of them sign. Okay. Let's please keep applauding. Professor Moreithi, thank you. Protecting academic integrity is what it's all about, responsible AI. Professor Ashira, thank you for that. Dr. Ayua, Dries, Director, thank you so much. Cheers, please, for her. Applause for her. All towards maintaining data Professor Kabaji, please go ahead. Maintaining data privacy, preventing bias, all part of the responsible AI journey. Professor Andala? Okay. And with that, we hold up our signed pledge and have one last round of applause from you. Thank you so much. You can have your seats now. Now I'll invite on stage one one of my colleagues, Mr. Njeru, to come up. I talked about 56 innovators at the beginning who have got fantastic AI projects and innovations. And actually, we're crowning a winner. They were shortlisted, and not to say that anybody's project is minimized, it's just that some are better. And so we want to acknowledge the top 3 out of 10 who were shortlisted at yesterday's pre-conference. So I'll invite Mr. Njeru to come up. This is what we're calling Ignite. Here he is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me start by riding on the protocols observed in this, on this stage today and say good morning, everyone. It's already afternoon. It's morning. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Daniel Njeru. I am part of the Daystar community here, and I come from the School of Science, Engineering, and Health here at Daystar University. I have the great privilege of just standing before you to share a little bit about what our students are doing here at Daystar, and definitely we are very excited to see the young people do great things that, you know, are going to change the nation of our country and even the entire continent. And so here in Daystar, we run a program that we call Ignite. And Ignite stands for Inspiring Growth and Nurturing Innovations Through Experience. And what we are trying to do is to establish an ecosystem that is able to help the students to interface with the industry while they are still learning, so that they can be able to identify problems, real-world problems that exist within the industries, and be able to solve them even as they go through their studies. And so our vision is basically to build a self-sustaining innovation ecosystem where the universities, the industries, the government, the communities collaborate, and they are able to continuously solve the real-world problems that we face. And we believe that the future of innovation lies not on isolation, and I think that is something that has been spoken about on this stage today. It's not on isolation, it's us to coexist, to work together so that we can solve real-world problems. And so yesterday we had an amazing opportunity of bringing together innovators, not just from this university, but also innovators from other universities. And we have been in a journey together since April to co-create solutions together with universities, other universities, but also with industry partners who have been working with us to be able to help the students really understand what are the pressing pain points that the industry is going through. And so that when they are building, they are not building solutions for themselves, but they are building solutions that the industry really, really needs. And so this morning, I have the great privilege of presenting to us the 3 top most innovations that we were able to, that were identified by a team of 8 judges that we had yesterday, who were able to listen to the pitches of each and every one of the innovations that was presented and be able to identify the topmost innovations. And so, without further ado, please allow me to be able to announce the 3 topmost innovations that we were able to identify. And yes, we can celebrate together even as we do this. But also to say that we had 56 innovators that were able to showcase, and each one of them will be awarded certificates and just appreciations to be able to really, really appreciate what they have done. And so the second runners-up innovation of the DU Brains Pre-Conference Innovation Festival of 2026 is a solution that seeks to unify a cloud-native geospatial platform. that requires satellite imagery and builds a structured data set, trains advanced computer vision models, and deploys them on scale. And they are harnessing geospatial intelligence and AI. The platform that they have built actually, which is already deployed, is able to support smart resource management, environmental monitoring, data-driven decision-making, and providing powerful foundation for sustainable mining and climate resilience. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the second runners-up of a winner of this year's Innovation Festival is Minor AI. Let's appreciate them as they come. Please come, all the teams from Minor AI, students who are innovators and you are part of Minor AI. Please come, Kevin and your team. And yes, we can appreciate them as they come. The first runners-up this is an innovation of a Kenyan-designed child safety and digital well-being ecosystem that enables caregivers to manage, just come on stage please, that enables caregivers to manage children's screen time, daily routines, communication, location through a single integrated platform. At its core is a secure Android child launcher and replaces the standard home screen and displays only the applications, routines, and tools approved by the caregiver, of course in consultation with the child. And the solution promotes responsible digital engagement while giving parents greater confidence in protecting and guiding their children in today's connected world. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the first runners-up is Ignite number 9, the SAWA project. Yes, let's celebrate them. I need to say that one of the very unique things about this project is a collaboration between 3 universities. That is the Daystar University, Aga Khan University, and KU University. Let's celebrate them once again. And so, also I want to, I should have said this, I want to call the partners who have been working together with these students, both the industry partners and the mentors, because we have faculty mentors who have dedicated their time to mentor the students even as they build the solutions that they are building. And so for Minor AI, I want to call Geomine. I hope Geomine Consulting Group is represented here, who are the industry partners working with the students to be able to build the solution. And then for SAWA project, I want to call our very own, the Dean School of Science, together with Jackie, who are the mentors of the students who are building these solutions. And so, on to the winning team. Across Kenya, as many parts and many parts of the world, as we may know, variable antimicrobial resistant data exists in multiple institutions, but often remains fragmented, making it very difficult to generate timely insights that inform decision making. And so the innovation which won is trying to introduce an AI-powered software-first One Health platform that transforms these fragmented data sources into actionable intelligence. By integrating information across the human, animal, and environmental health sectors, the platform strengthens surveillance, supports evidence-based policy, and enables faster, more coordinated responses to antimicrobial resistance. And so, without further ado, the overall winner of the DuBrains 2026 Pre-Conference Innovation Festival, ladies and gentlemen, AMR Nexus One Health Project. Come on, let's celebrate them much, much better. They have done an amazing job in doing this. And I also want to invite the team from Lumiacol, CLG, who are the industry partners that have been working closely. Bwana Sam, who has a vast knowledge in this area, having worked with the Ministry of Health for many years, and the team, we really appreciate. But also I want to welcome the faculty mentors. I know one of them is out on an official duty, but I know Dr. Felix Odhiambo is here. Is he here? Dr. Felix, yes, please come. Let's appreciate Dr. Felix. He has been a technical mentor to the students who have been showcasing this. And so we have the privilege of awarding these students, and just giving them a token to say that we recognize what they have done. We recognize the efforts that they are putting in changing the world for good, but also we recognize that that what they are doing is it's a problem worth solving. And as we do that, I want to kindly and humbly welcome our Vice Chancellor, together with the Chief Guest, to be the one to award these three teams.
Even as the Vice Chancellor and the Chief Guest comes, what distinguishes our Ignite Innovation Program is that we are working with the industry from day one. We are not asking the university to fund for us. We approach the industry to fund the projects so that as we are going to meet our Vice Chancellor and the PS, we are not going with an empty hand. We appreciate Lumico, who have already funding the first group of the project. The consortium, which the PS has been talking about breaking the silos. So we've already started the Daystar by breaking the silos even within ourselves and moving away. And then now the third group, which is also led by another industry partner. So for us at Daystar, we are starting with the industry partners so that it's not only academia alone. It's already our students, it's the industry who are also bringing now those problems to give now to our talented students to be able to solve these problems. Thank you. So meanwhile, as we sort here, I'll give one of our industry partners just to say a word so that to confirm what I'm saying.
I confirm.
The other industry partner. One word.
Yes, one word is the most interesting and the most great thing we've ever had as industry partner is finding students bringing technology to the mining industry. Thank you.
So for students, if you are not part of Ignite program, the train is leaving the station. For the industry, watch this space.
Number 3, team leader, please come forward. I think the conference award, apart from whatever is there, they had given them a token of 10,000. The PS is adding 10,000. And the Vice Chancellor is adding 20,000. Congratulations. Number 2, team leader. Well done. Well done. Number 2, 15,000. The PS has agreed to add 15,000. I don't think I have that kind of money. I'll add 20. Mine will be constant, 20,000. Number 1. Wow. How are you? Number 1, the conference, 20,000. The CS is giving 20,000. The PS is giving, I want you to be this year. 20,000 and I'm adding 20,000. Thank you very much. Asante.
Professor is going to add 10,000 to
Who?
everything. Professor Abdul.
Thank you.
Let me do something. Look, guys, look, wait a minute. I don't work like this. How can you let a vice chancellor giving 20,000 and you guys are just seated here? Nani atamshindikiza? Tusaidie vijana hawa innovators. Haya, please, honestly, on a serious note. Yes, my brother? 10,000. Very good. 10,000. Daktari, 10,000. Next one. Tony? Ngapi? Same, 10, 10, 10. 10, 10, 10 each. Makofi. Well done. Mwingine? DVC, 10,000 each, yeah, for every group. 10,000, andika mahali hiyo. Na isikue ati ya, you know, we need it immediately. Nani mwingine? Yes, Adala, 10,000 each. Well done. Mwingine? Nani alisema scientist ajui kufanya rambe? Nani mwingine? No, I need 2 more, then I can close. I need 2 more, please. Whatever you can. Look at these young fellows. Honestly. Yes, my dear.
I think as Director of Research Innovation Commission.
Yes. Fantastic. Makofi. Aya. 1 more person, then I close this. 1 more person. I don't want to put pressure. 1 more person. Nani imemgusa? Nani imemgusa kwa roho kidogo? Kwamba kuna watoto wetu, they are innovators. Kuna mtu hapa amemgusa. Fantastic. Apawe nani, number 1, number 2 ama number 3? Amepeana tu. Haya, hii ya moja. Nani nataka nyingine 2 kama hizi tumalize. Yes. My brother, unaleta moja, sio? 5. I can't hear you. Siski. Oh, here is another one. Fantastic. Haya, maliza. Kuna 3 groups. Mwingine? Toa kitu kwa mfuko. Si mnajua nyinyi mnajua ukitoa unabarikiwa ndo zinazidi. Sasa kwa nini mnakabia? Utatoa ngapi? Moja, 3. Haya. Kuna moja imepungua hapa. I've got 2. I need 3. Yes, my brother. Utaleta moja. Asanteni sana. Mbarikiwe, asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, PS. You may be seated. I just want to thank these young men and women, and particularly the faculty. I do appreciate, where is he? Really thank you and the team from the Research Directorate. I've always given the Falcons Sim. I've never given them. So they're all my children, so I'll relay the 60,000 for the team. But just keep doing what you're doing, because Daystar must stand strong. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. 100, 1,000. All right. Okay.
Okay, thank you all. I think we will end at that. We will not be able to make the pitches because of time, but we really appreciate asanteni sana.
Thank you, Bwana Njeru. Did you ever imagine a spot harambe at a conference? On the spot. Thank you, Bwana PS. That's the kind of energy we love here at Daystar. That was exciting. Like I said, these young people will surprise you. And well done to the winners. Well done to everybody who took part. You wonderful 56 innovators. Now, I need to just do 2 things on my housekeeping list. I need to call a young man on stage. I introduced him earlier, and I told you he's the only professor of literary communication in Kenya. And he's written 52 books. But what I didn't tell you, he's the vice chancellor, or he's the chancellor, excuse me, sorry, professor, of Mount Kigali University in Rwanda. Professor Kabaji, please come up. Please come up. He is the chair of DU Brains. Let them also recognize you in that regard. But I also want you to tell us about the group photo. As he comes up, we will have a group photo with our guests out here, and we will use this door, and they will meet our photographer, Ian. So, Prof. Chancellor, Mount Kigali, Rwanda, please, can you coordinate the photo session?
Thank you very much. It has been wonderful. From here, we'll proceed to the entrance of the building for a group photo. And after that, we'll have a brief session with the media. And at that juncture, we'll have the media set up just around there, where the Vice Chancellor of Daystar University and our chief guest will briefly talk to the media. Then we proceed for a cup of tea. Thank you very much. We need to end this session with a word of prayer.
Just before we pray, when we come back, we will hear from CEO, Kenya Innovation Agency, Kenya, Dr. Omwansa. And Daktari, I hear you had a scenic drive, an unnecessary one. Apologies for that. But I know you are test driving your car. Oh, it's Dr. Andala. Apologies. Where's Doc? Please wave. Professor? Prof. Apologies for the scenic drive, but I'm sure you enjoyed and you saw a bit of our campus. So we will now proceed for the group photo and then come back for a talk from Dr. Omwansa and the CEO's roundtable. Thank you so much for being such a fantastic audience. We will now move to the next stage. Prof, you need the mic?
Please let us stand. We are praying. Father, we once again come before you, thanking you for being in our midst. And Lord, we thank you for all these activities intended to make the human person flourish. You have been kind to us. I thank you for the students who have participated, faculty, and all the guests. And as we go for a tea break, we pray that you bless the meals provided for us. For I pray this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
learned that IQ knows, EQ feels, AI computes, and VQ chooses wisely. Thank you, VC, for those words. He also talked about Africa being important because of our young population and our rich ethical traditions, and that AI can never become more ethical than the people who create it. From our PS, Abdul Razak, we heard that young people, again, the common thread, young people should ensure that their projects have a need to fulfill. And we all heard him say that he operates an open door policy. So this is your moment, young innovators. Take this chance. It always helps to have co-creators to support your growing initiatives. Professor Katz talked about grief bots. He opened our eyes to that. These are chatbots that are designed to create a digital replica of a deceased person. So you can actually have an interactive conversation with somebody who has died. That is what a grief bot is. The levels at which AI is getting to, ladies and gentlemen. So I will call on Dr. Mwansa to come up. That was my introduction for you to be walking up. Karibu, Daktari. Dr. Mwansa is a prominent figure in Kenya's technology and innovation ecosystem. He keeps challenging universities to sharpen their competitive edge. Thank you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Thanks very much. Asante sana, moderator. I'm really sorry I've rushed a few people in order to catch up with time. It's just because I am going to officiate another event starting at 1:45. So by 2 o'clock, I'm told I'll be on stage and things like that. So I was earlier on the program, but I requested to speak after, particularly after we've dealt with the high protocol issues. And I have a special relationship with Daystar University. And I started my journey with Professor Ayiro. One day we were in Mombasa, and he stood up after my presentation and said, "I don't know that young man, however," and then from there we picked up a relationship because he thought that we can add a lot of value to the journey of Kenya. Now I was asked to talk a little bit about the AI-ready innovation ecosystem, and quite frankly, it's not something that we don't know. I am persuaded that many of the things I'll speak to either have been spoken to or we know, but I'll pay some little emphasis here and there. And before I do, I want to thank Vice Chancellor for the leadership. Because I am a strong proponent of entrepreneurial leadership. And entrepreneurial leadership gets manifested in the way we craft an agenda of tomorrow, boldly, courageously. We may not have all the answers, but we have a sense that in order to build an enterprising ecosystem, we have to be the entrepreneurial leaders. And in the work that we've been doing, I think it's encouraging to see the boldness and articulation, for example, on AI and providing leadership as an institution of higher learning that other people can emulate and follow through. Because many times, Prof, we speak about things, but then doing becomes another challenge. My second observation is I have been championing work around entrepreneurial institutions through the Innovation Agency. And you know, one of those components is the leadership, the boldness of the leadership in getting clarity about what to do. And I'm persuaded that Daystar is really picking up pretty well, and I'm proud to be associated. Sometime maybe in the new year, January or thereabout, we will be coming for the second evaluation as an innovation agency on the journey that we have walked over the last few years. And I'm kind of starting to get a sense that the wheels are moving quite fast for Daystar University. And congratulations to all of you. Though I must say, that is not to say that I've scored. That's just, I'm not giving any advantage to anyone. Thirdly, the Vice Chancellor has always asked me about becoming an adjunct professor of Daystar University. And all along, I knew it was a one-on-one conversation. We were just having a conversation of what it will be. And then he stood up in front of my boss and pronounce this publicly, that it seems that I'm the one who has not responded. And so I would like to respond publicly like a politician, that I officially accept the privilege of being an adjunct professor of Daystar University. And I just asked him after break, what do I need to do so that this stops being a conversation anymore? And so I will submit my documents later today. And therefore, you can consider me one of yours. My bullet number 4 is that I was really encouraged by the Virtuous Intelligence University. I've been talking to university leaders a few times around what do you really want to be considered for 10, 15 years down the road? What's the identity? There's one university that tells me they want to be the Startup University of Africa. And I thought that's really cool. Because until you paint a picture of what it can be, sometimes down the road, the question is how do you rally the masses towards that big aspirations? And how do the members within the ecosystem start connecting with that issue so that they do their part in us getting together to that destination? And as I looked at the framework around virtuous quotient, national AI ethics, responsible AI index, AI observatory, and you concluded by saying, if we don't do it, somebody's going to do it. We're going to get a solution from somewhere, and somebody's going to impose it on us. And for me, that eats me a lot. Are we saying that I couldn't have thought about this in good time? And so that's a challenge for faculty and students of Daystar University to support the Vice Chancellor in this dream, in translating these aspirations, because I bet you Africa is looking for leadership. And the leadership around AI and academic institutions is seemingly getting answered by Daystar University. Last but not least, I commit to also submit a paper to the journal. I will activate my academic, because you can't call me a professor if I didn't profess. So I will do something about innovation and AI. And then last but not least, I committed to support the innovators who are here. And immediately I sent my 30,000. So I don't owe you anything. So this is what we exist to do as an innovation agency, to be a key enabler of socioeconomic development through innovation. Ultimately, it's about socioeconomic development. And we do this by strengthening the national system of innovation. And the system are the elements, really. When you think about a system, like your body is a system, how well the brain is functioning and how well your legs are functioning is a clear indicator of a system. But then the communication between the two elements of the system is equally important. If your brain tells you go south and your legs are going east, we're going to have a problem. So the communication must be effective. I will also speak within the context of the Pan-African Innovation Network that we have recently established. It's now over a year. So we raised some funding as an innovation agency to set up a Pan-African network of a collaborative initiative that unites the national and regional innovation agencies in Africa to advance collaboration, advance knowledge exchange, coordination, and aligning policies. So as I speak, lately I don't speak only within the context of Kenya. I am the president of the network, so I also do speak with this burning fire for Africa. Now, one of my pet phrases this year is productive capability. I think part of the reason we could be struggling with moving many things forward is the productive capability. Our internal capacities at individual level, at institutional level, at farm level, at regional level, at national level, in the producing better, not just producing more. It's producing better. And if you ask yourself, what is the percentage of enterprises we have in Kenya that are SMEs? It's probably 80 to 90%. And then if you ask, jobs are being created where most of the time?
The kind of financial operations that have led to great success in some of the Asian.
Yet we are supposed to be the brains of the country. But are we the brains of the country when we are going to AI, and scraping are...
Means is that they took 6 months to get what is human beings, if we were working day and night, would have probably taken us 34 centuries for us to be able to do that. So that, in a way, helps us to place the idea of how AI can accelerate this. Now, the question about what does NRF funded AI research means for the local, NRF is funding, and I'm honored to be the person who's coordinating that, 5 universities right now. And those 5 universities are going around collecting data amongst our local communities. And they are going to be able to have an AI or a local language model that is local to Kenya. Now, that means that we can be able to address our problems as Kenyans, as Africans. We can be able to look at solutions that are fit for purpose for us as Africans in Kenya. The other AI research that they're funding is something called DigiHub. Now, what DigiHub is traditionally, we've always looked at traditional medicine. And for some of you, probably you know this, until I was 10 years old, I never went to a hospital. And the reason why I never went to hospital is because we used to have a family herbal healer who used to come, go to the shamba, get medicine, siaga the medicine, put them into a cup, bring it, and we drink it. What an NRF-funded research is doing, that's DigiHub, Meru University, they are collecting data on our local hubs and using AI to be able to understand those hubs, and then we can be able to use that to help more and more Africans. And that's what, if you wanted to know what an AI-funded research by NRF looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesterday at the pre-conference, the innovators were told it's very important to partner with innovators and bodies such as yourself. So for the room, for the innovators in this room, people interested in NRF, is your procedure straightforward? How would they get on board? How is the funding process? Very briefly, Professor Odin.
I'll throw that back to Prof. Andala.
Okay, very briefly, Prof.
At NRF, what usually happens, we are a public entity, and we usually roll out calls based on, one, the country's, of course, research agenda, and as per guided by NACOSTI. So last, actually 2024, we rolled out a call on AI and how it can be utilized to be able to solve local problems. And what usually happens is you submit applications when the call is put out, we review, and actually we have got an NRF research grants management system, which is electronic. We check if you're meeting the threshold. The threshold means here you are affiliated to a research institution or a university. If you're a PI, we check your CV, you have an endorsement from the head of the institution, among others. And then now we pass them over to external reviewers, and these external reviewers are university lecturers and researchers in research institutions, who now will eventually pull them up in terms of ranking. Then based on the resources we have, we decide on the number that we can be able to fund. And this is an open exercise where you are free again to ask, where did I go wrong? We'll provide with feedback, and we eventually follow up with M&E until you are able to provide us the final report. Thank you.
Because we are dealing with accountability here, Prof, let's say an AI system gets funding through you, an NRF. It's commercialized through Dr. Omwansa, Kenya. It's deployed by a university, Daystar University. and is studied by a professor abroad. Let's see, Professor Katz, for purposes of this question. When something goes wrong in this whole mix, whose office does the apology come from? And that's a question for all panelists.
For all panelists,
One,
yeah.
very briefly.
It is dependent on the perspective. The perspective here can be originality, maybe the same exercise or research has been done elsewhere. Of course.
So according to you, perspective.
We have got Kipi, which will immediately come in. We've got Nakosti. When it comes to probably somebody has misused the resources given by NRF, it's NRF to follow through to ensure that the utilization of the grant given to you went into the right purposes. So it's all mix of agencies that are involved in that process. It's not singly National Research Fund.
You've answered, but you've not answered. But we will know where to catch you from. Professor Hiro, same question. Where does the apology come from?
I think it's all about governance. If I asked you what's the problem with our systems, it boils down to character. I'd be very surprised. This is just a cycle that if you have character, you'll be virtuous. And if you are virtuous, then you'll be able to offer the governance that will streamline an area and you see results. And when that happens, you win the trust. And then eventually, there is human flourishing. And human flourishing takes on many things. If these seats in this hall, they are now about 8 years old. If nobody was taking care of them, if you entered this hall and you found these seats were torn, you would know that there is no human flourishing in Daystar University. When I came here the first time and I looked up in this hall, there were about 11 lights working. So don't see these lights lit like this, and you think they're just lit. There is somebody who has instructions that these lights must always be lit. And how do you get there? It's about virtuous leadership. So even these things you're saying, let me give an example. The Constitution says my brother's agency is supposed to get 2% of the national budget for research. Our budget is in trillions. So right now I would expect his agency to get about 250 billion distributed to research, universities, and other people. But it is not happening. So if it doesn't happen, then Kenya cannot talk about responsible AI. We were in South Africa recently with the Kenya team, and it's amazing how much faculties are getting from the National Research Fund. It's you to do the initiative and the money will come. So if we take our situation as being normal, then even this who takes responsibility, who answers, will still be a problem. So these are very deep issues, and that's why I was telling Daystar, we don't have to fight. Let Nairobi University, because they have a school of engineering, they're advanced, they can handle the computation part of AI. But we can handle other aspects of AI, and together, that synergy will make Kenya move many steps ahead. And perhaps that's what we're saying, yeah.
The pie is big enough to go around. So perspective from Professor Ndala, governance accountability from Professor Hiro. Professor Katz?
Thank you for the question. as a sociologist, I'd like to put it in a different perspective, which is apologies are good. And in some cultures, there's competition for saying whose fault it is. No, it was my oversight for not having done as good enough job. And if you switch what happens when you apologize, instead of punishing the apologizer and demanding more apologies, repayment, reparations, and on down the line, instead you say, oh, that's wonderful, you're mature, you're taking responsibility. Now you have the opportunity to see what went wrong and correct the process so it works better in the future. But instead, not sure about Kenya, but I can certainly say in the US, if we find somebody whose fault it is, you've got a great achievement, you've really made your day, you've got a success, and you want the apologizer to suffer and be degraded and never have a chance to do anything right ever again. So I would, as I say, a cultural viewpoint to have all of them be responsible, all of them work together so that whatever problem occurred would not occur again.
And it's collective responsibility.
Yes, but not to diffuse it,
Yes.
but to assume it, take ownership of it, as we were speaking earlier this afternoon, and then fix it.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Dindo.
I'll go with the governance thing. I mean, you've got to understand that a project has many people in it, the PI, Kenya, NRF. So everybody has to take some sort of responsibility. I have a much more interesting perspective, or a question that perhaps you should think about. Because at the minute, we are talking about AI systems where there's a human in control. So an AI project that there is a human, a PI, NRF, Kenya, and so on. What happens when we go to a place where we have AI that is recursive? What I mean by that is AI that is autonomous. It learns from itself, and it can actually conduct an experiment or a project on its own. So that's when we should be asking ourselves as a society, what happens when we reach what is known as the artificial scientific intelligence or artificial general intelligence? That's a conversation we are not yet having. We're having a conversation where humans are still in the loop, but then we ought to also start asking ourselves, whose responsibility will be when we reach the age of artificial scientific intelligence or AGI and something goes wrong?
It's a slippery slope. Thank you so much, professors. Kind enough for you to sit here and address these issues. We're doing well on time, and now we'll just take a few questions from the floor. But I think I'd like to just say, as you signed that pledge, you showed commitment. So we are charging you to take responsibility, to push the responsibility of AI, the responsibility in AI in your different forums, your different platforms, your different sectors. So that we're just not left with a symbolic signing. It's actionable. So please give them a round of applause. I'm not sure, do we have a roving mic? And you're now free to share your questions, observations. Prof. Otoi, thank you. The gentleman in red.
Thank you so much. Those were quite heavy words and heavy knowledge. My name is called Hawi Rapudo. I'm doing a PhD in development studies, disaster management. I know when we talk about AI, people do not look at the scenario and that's why I want to go to what the speakers, especially the VC. We've seen shortcuts in making court judgments. That was in the newspaper. Delivery, people right now are writing proposals for grants without understanding conceptual frameworks or logical frameworks. We've seen dropouts because we cannot understand English and we're having a phone which is the only thing I can own. So how do I write a letter for an interview? We've seen procurement documents being made to the best of what they can be. We've seen delivery of sermons and even music that can come out and see people becoming producer and co-producers. I'm just talking about this because I want to bring so that you can take me deeper on data colonization, which is a very important thing. How can you manipulate language models? Because this is a language model. How do we go deeper and deal with the issue of the language model? As I wind up, we're looking at IP and confidentiality. How do you deal with secrets? You cannot keep secrets anymore. And then the last point we're talking about, the only thing we have now on the earth is the mobile phone. So how do we deal with the mobile phone that I have on my pocket, that I sleep with it? So that we deal with this kind of things that, as we're talking about AI, I just wanted to bring that to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take Prof. Otoi's question. Actually, let's take 2 more questions after Prof, and then the panel can answer. Go ahead, Prof.
Thank you very much to the entire panel. And my question and comment goes directly to NRF. First, thank you for coming here where you can meet your clients one-on-one. I am one of them. I am glad that previously, 2017, 2018 calls, you had a budget of 8 billion Kenya shillings. I applied and got few of my millions, and I thank you very much at that time. How much do you have now? That's one. So that is the first. Question 2, when are the next calls so that we can apply? And 3, we are requesting you on behalf of my colleagues and my research students that when the call comes, please ensure equitable distribution of funds to both private and public universities so that we can continue what we began. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I saw a hand here. Moses, somebody in the front. Yes, here. Please put up your hand so he can see you. Then we'll have one more question so that we are able to break for lunch in good time. Oh, there's the last one here, Nicholas.
Good afternoon.
Please keep it brief.
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Rafael Osindi, and my question is directed to NRF. So let's say we are a team of innovators and we are not supported by an institution and we want funding. Where do we go, or the procedure we follow, or are we part of the grant process? Yeah.
Yes, Nicholas.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Nicholas, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. I want to ask a question around the church, the faith, the religion domain. I want to ask my question based on the scripture. And thank you, Professor James, for that presentation when you have talked about when the dead can speak. The Bible tells us in 1 Corinthians 15, for this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to the pass that saying that it's written, death is swallowed up in victory. Now my question is that the AI that we are talking about has raised to us two serious risks. Risk number one is the misuse of AI. And the risk number two is the super intelligent, where the research is current now. So my question is now based on that scripture. Do you think we are about to cross that boundary that you're talking about when the mortality now has put on immortality? Because you're talking about machines, the digital machines, and as we are human, the analog way. So do you think now the research that is on progress, because when you look at Elon Musk, he's also putting a lot of money to give the scientists to do a lot of research. Now from your presentation about the dead, what are your thoughts about that? Do you think the scientists to come to cross that border, and now we say, no, we can come back to life? And then the last question is about the government. Yes, we are trying to talk about, the government is pushing the control of the misuse of AI. But what is your thought, because the government somehow seems to be slow in that, and especially in the military. I think in US there is one of the clause, I stand to be guided, that is saying that the military has got no clause to control the weapon. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. We could start with Professor Katz. Would you like to reply to Nicholas, or Professor Hiro to Howie? Okay, all right. We saw him taking furious notes.
Thank you very much. The contributions are diverse. It's a very interesting observation from my student in development studies. And he raised issues of confidentiality. I think those, if you are familiar with the software in AI, a lot of those confidentiality clauses are entrenched. So if you don't live up to them, then you are actually walking on very slippery grounds as a person. So I'm not very worried about that. But what I wanted to pick from what you said was about mobile phones. And I'm now beginning to believe, and I am a victim, I think that's the curse of our continent. Because if I went in a conference and Jim is here, you would hardly see people on their phones. And I've traversed many countries. The state, Texas, you know, in 2024, they banned phones in schools. You know, people can take very drastic steps. And I was reading an article in the Atlantic. Within 6 months, the readership in the libraries in schools had gone up almost 45%. Yeah, so look at the difference. Look at what that means. Many of you might not know because of your age, but the system we went through naturally demanded that you must be very close to books. Whether you are in sciences like some of us or in humanities, you are to read a lot of books for you to lift up your language. The language I speak today, I was last in an English class when I was in 4th form. What I speak today is based on that foundation. Now, if our students here are always on their phones, I don't want to say what they are doing on those phones, when will they get language mastery? When will they even be able to interrogate that AI software? When will they learn the computations, simple computations in maths, in statistics, so that they can now ask AI the right questions? So we remain on the periphery. We go there and ask questions and that can't distinguish you from that other person. So the issue of mobile phones and its impact on our social-cultural setup and even our economic well-being as a country is beginning to come into question. And I thought I'd pick that point. I think Professor Otoi, NRF, will deal with those ones. And I'm going to plead with my brother at NRF that I think we need to get greater public participation. We can't use the same model of distribution of research funds that has been there for the last, for the last I don't know how many years. I'm not talking about him, but, there are just things that you have to think about. I sympathize with the Commission of University Education, for example. We are now 99 universities. And you want to get programs, then take them out, then it can't work. And this is the 21st century within the context of AI. What new thinking can we have around program accreditation? It can't still be the same thing. Then you call people, they go to hotels, then they look through a manual, then it takes a year or 6 months to get a program validated. So I'm just saying, this situation calls upon us to rethink how we'll do it. I didn't quite get what Raphael said, but Rev, I think your points, I don't know what you wanted to drive, but I have a lot of feelings around faith, the faith domain in the context of AI. And I've had a lot of serious discussion with my professional directorate here that deals with the churches and other, that we have to think differently. Really, we have to think differently. It can no longer be what we have done. Bring, pastors' wives here and we give lectures for 3 days, then they go away. This is a different era. So it calls upon us to think, to rethink, how are we going to ensure that the position of faith never goes away. I think for me is the most frightening thing that can happen. The other day I was just asking myself, where would this world be if there was no Bible, if there was no Quran? Just those two books. We would have burnt ourselves into oblivion. So it's so important that we fortify the position of faith in this era. But look at what is happening because of AI and the digital world today. Just look at what is happening. Long time ago when we were growing up, the presidency, and this one I'm neither here nor there myself, but the presidency is part of our national emblem, the presidency. But look at what the digital transformation has done to the presidency. Until we are making that office that holds a country together very fragile. Very fragile. You can stand on the platform and say anything you want. It's very frightening. So, and then the faith people, and I'm glad you pronounce yourself as reverend. You know, look at the role you have played. You know, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. No, we were waiting for it. It was still coming. It's still coming. Thank you so much. We are really, really appreciative, grateful for all your insights, and I think we've resonated with a lot of the things you've said. You know we love to give gifts, so I'm going to call Professor Kabaji. Oh, the NRF question, was it not tackled by Prof? Okay.
I thought I was off the hook.
I hear you.
Yeah, I'll probably, in the context of AI and looking at the revolutions, we've been repeating that some countries were at par with Kenya severally, including China. And reflecting on the question of virtuous AI, what Japan, China, and those countries did, they did reverse engineering. They picked vehicles manufactured in Europe, in the US, and they started producing. And AI is doing the same currently. We've got Chinese here, picking our knowledge, transcripting it, they'll come back to sell to us. So the bigger question in the house is, how do we embrace AI vis-a-vis thinking that you are stealing from yourselves? Because when we think around those who are knowledgeable on matters AI, it's a very small fraction in this country. But those who are using AI are very many, because all these doing marketing, they're depending on your phones to market, on your social media, and you are not aware. So there are rules that exist, but people are not aware. So if you're not aware on this vulnerability, the universities must take their center stage on training, even at the basic level, those are in primary schools and high schools who have no idea how AI can be used to transform this country. That said, the question on funding of private and public universities, when calls are put out, and when we are reviewing those calls, we do not indicate so and so is from this specific university. It's blinded. What I've come to realize is there are those who are very proactive. Like, for instance, some private universities are very proactive. We've got research grants management offices who are out to scout for these calls. Like currently, I've got a call running. I don't know if Daystar, you're aware. Please submit those applications, and they'll be vetted blindly. And if you meet the threshold, of course, you'll be able to be funded. However, as the VC mentioned, we receive a very limited budget, and I know my friend was asking how much. I think AI can be able even to, you can know how much we get. Then on the young innovator, the best space is Kenya. And Kenya was here. They are grooming various cohorts, and when you are nominated through Kenya, then we can be able to fund you. Thank you.
Very quickly, your website has the call.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you so much. I will call DVC and Professor Kabaji to please come on stage and appreciate our panelists. Thank you, and please give them a round of applause. Professor Odindo, please. Asante sana. Thank you for being part of our panel. Professor Andala? Asante, thank you. Thank you so much. So it's at this point we will wrap up our morning session and break for lunch. And when we come back, we shall go straight into papers. We don't have a keynote, so it's straight into paper presentations. And the facilitator for that session will be Dr. Kiari. So I've been your moderator for the morning session. My name is Nyatichi. Thank you so much. And we will now say a quick prayer for our lunch. I'll call Dr. Keino. Thank you.
Okay, let's stand up for a word of prayer. Our dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the session that has just ended. We thank you, King of Glory, because you've been faithful to each and every one of us, oh God. Father, even as we continue with the conference, we ask you to be with us and even to continue, even, oh Jehovah God, giving us wisdom and insights, oh God. Father, I want to thank you even for the meal that has been prepared. May you bless it and sanctify as we partake of it. In Jesus' name I've prayed.
Please note, we will regroup in this auditorium. There are no breakaway rooms, and we shall...
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Afrizo. Yes. So I want to appreciate all the presenters that were here with us in the morning, our guests, and I'm sure our minds and our hearts are now driven towards understanding AI, and especially from the African context. And especially we've been asked to look at it from the area of being responsible, and we had a new term today, virtuous. So it's not just a copy and paste. You actually question what is it you are copying and pasting. My name is Martha Kiarie, and I'm here without much of ado to welcome our speakers this afternoon. And our first speaker is Karen Wasike. Karen is an alumni of Daystar. Let's appreciate her. From the School of Law, and she's actually currently at the Kenya School of Law, having graduated from Daystar, but she's challenged herself to understand AI from the concept of her faith, especially after 4 years of being in Daystar, learning law under the umbrella of faith. So I want to welcome you to the front, Karen, to give us your presentation. Let's welcome her. Appreciate her.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's lunchtime. After lunch, we have had a heavy lunch, a good lunch, I believe. But thank you so much for coming back for our session. I will begin by introducing myself. My name is Karen Wasike. I am a Daystar alumni. I believe maybe not for too long. I may come back here, do my LLM. I am currently at the Kenya School of Law, doing my advocate trainee program, where you now become an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And yeah, today, my first paper, I have 2 papers. My first paper I'll be presenting on faith, and faith, navigating AI, and faith being the moral frontier. And I'll request the slides. I send the slides. It's okay. The slides, I sent the slides. It's well. PPT at least. Karen Wasike. Nimetuma tu. It's okay. So as we wait for the slides, one of the things that we have captured in today's morning session is that being virtuous doesn't mean that we go to heaven. We only sit in heaven. And growing up, I grew up hearing this phrase that you are heavenly bound, but you have no earthly good. And looking at Christian history, we have seen Christianity I will majorly focus on Christianity, but my paper focuses on all in the major religions of especially Kenya, the Christian religion, the Muslim community, and the Hindu community. But I want to challenge us. This paper will focus on challenging us to be on the moral frontier of AI. We have seen time and again over the years, at least the last 250 years, that Kenya, Christianity has been at the major front of revolutions. Look at Africa, building of schools, building of hospitals. Right now we are at a major revolution of AI. AI is here with us and AI is here to stay. But who is governing this? Who is at the moral frontier of this? And common in all these three religions is the fact that, number one, human dignity is at the center of it all. Being a law student, I have a background in law. So Article 28, for example, of the Constitution of Kenya says that every citizen of the country has a right to human dignity. Dignity is across all the religions. So if we cannot, if our AI and AI coming especially to Africa, cannot, there are no frameworks that guard human dignity. Therefore, we have to ask ourselves this question: where are we? Where are the Christian pastors? Where are the pastors? Where are the sheikhs? Where are the imams? Yeah? And next slide. So that's my introduction. My name is Karen Wasike, student at the Kenya School of Law, Daystar alumni, maybe not for too long. The trend is that AI is, the background of this is that AI is no longer, it's not a passing cloud. Yes, as some may claim, it may be a bubble, but it's here with us to stay. It's here in our academics, it's here in our social living, it's here in our healthcare system, our criminal justice. So why now is that we need, especially as Kenya, to rethink how are we going to frontier AI with morals in place. A little background is that when you look at even the when you look at our constitution, major constitutions across the globe, you can actually see that there is morals, morals passed down, and a lot of them, for example, come from the Bible, the 10 Commandments. So why are we running away from the fact that AI is here with us and we need to shape the morality of the artificial intelligence technology? Next slide, please. So AI systems are making consequential decisions. Who gets a loan, who is flagged by a security system, whose medical systems, whose medical symptoms are taken seriously, who gets a job. Nowadays we have, you apply a job through the HR, HR ATS system. I mean, it's here with us. But who actually is governing the moral frontier of AI? I know the major question that when I was researching this paper, one of the things that I came across that was really, that made my head, bow down in shame, especially as one who subscribes to the Christian faith, is that we have a very tinted view of artificial intelligence. And it took me down memory lane when we were discussing when, technology was like the first TVs, and then we moved to social media, Facebook, and then we moved to Instagram. All these things, it captured my mind in the sense of, wow, we are actually in another technological revolution, and some of our Christian, Muslim alike, but I'm saying Christian because I happen to be in that space. We are having our own doubts, yet we don't realize as time is going, policies are being formed, governance is actually here with us, and we are not in these conversations. We are not on the table, especially as Africa. We already have a lot of the artificial intelligence models are being formed, are data, yes. Data, they take data from Africa, but it's not, we are contributing very meaningful to, very less to the conversations that surround the data framework, the sovereignty of our country with regards to AI. And you see, even as we look into our major laws and policies, starting from the Constitution, these have been formed by faith people, faith-based morals. And one thing we can agree is that a lot of our laws in the country have been formed based on faith that cuts across all other religions, right? So look at Article 28, like I've said, human dignity. Who is affected? Africans, ordinary Africans. We bear the cost of this. And it's quite a shame that we cannot, and I'll keep on rephrasing what Professor Labanairo said today afternoon, is that being virtuous doesn't mean we sit in heaven. And Africans, we contribute 2% to the GDP of the artificial intelligence. So what exactly are we doing to actually contribute meaningful to something that is here with us to stay? Yes, it will keep on evolving, it will keep on growing, but we need frameworks that actually govern this. And the three factors that, why has it been solved exactly, is that the AI ethics framework developed by major technology companies and Western regulations do not draw on Islamic, Christian, or Ubuntu morals. Ubuntu is, I had to capture that because it reflects our African systems, you know. African, you know, we are here, together we are here as one, that community. And a lot of our a lot of the LLMs the trainings of the AI systems are directly from the West. We are contributing very little to it. And you see, even if you are contributing to it, we are not, that 2%, we are not at the table of where frameworks and morality, values, human dignity is at the center of it. Next slide. So what is this paper trying to answer or argue? Number one is that what moral frameworks Christianity, Islam, and African Ubuntu philosophy offer for evaluating the ethical design and deployment of AI systems, and how do these frameworks converge and diverge on questions of human dignity, accountability, and justice. A little background, like I said, I'm a law student. So one of the things that I remember us learning on the first topic of law we learned, especially here in Daystar, I think it cuts across all law schools, is the social foundations of law, SFL. And one of the theories we learned is the natural law theory. The natural law theory is where it comes instinctively as a human being to do the right thing. So morality, the right of life, human dignity, justice, comes very inherently as a human being and develops the natural law theory. And that's what the natural law theory cuts across all faith communities. And this is the second objective. Where does Kenya's current AI governance framework, the Data Protection of 2019, as we all know, there's an AI bill. It's not yet an AI Act, but the AI bill of 2026 and the National AI Strategy, I hope we have come across those, align with or diverge from the moral principles that faith traditions and African philosophy place at the center of ethical decision making? And how can faith communities, moral theologians, and African ethicists be meaningfully integrated into Kenya's AI governance process? And what institutional mechanisms will make that integration real-time than ceremonial? So this means that we had the AI bill I personally contributed to it. I made my own contributions and sent it to the Senate, the nominated senator that was proposed by the nominated senator, Karen Nyamu. And again, there were a lot of gaps. If you read, you could see there were a lot of gaps. But again, where are the faith people? Where are the sheikhs? Where are the pastors? Where are the people in the Hindu community that can actually say, you know what? This is AI, but the center of AI needs to be human beings. The center of AI needs to be human dignity. The center of AI needs to be, human beings again. The right to, AI is even taking away our right, slowly taking away our right as human beings to actually critically think. So how can we govern AI and policies and have policies in a way that these human rights are not slowly fading away from the human ecosystem? Next slide. So the framework of this is that we go into the Christian stewardship ethics, where we look at accountability, we look at justice, we look at morality in the sense of what actually the Bible says with regards to emerging technologies. I know it's not directly pointed out. Same, I believe, with the Islam and the Ubuntu philosophy, I am because we are, alongside the secular AI ethics frameworks. And the key concepts and terms is human dignity. Human dignity in relation to Article 28 of the Constitution of Kenya. And it says every citizen has a right to human dignity. So even as we use AI, who is, steering this conversation of human dignity? It's supposed to be the faith people. Next slide, please. So, of course, the methodology that I used is comparative moral philosophy and conceptual legal analysis, because, again, from my background in law, the sources of data, the Holy Bible, again, the Imago Dei doctrine, where we believe that human beings are made in the image of God. So again, even as AI is here with us, how can those data policies, those AI policies, and those AI governance law reflect that human beings are actually made in the image of God? Kenya Data Protection Act, the DPA 2019, the Kenya AI Bill 2026, the National AI Strategy 2025 to 2030, and the Vatican Rome Call for AI Ethics 2020, Islamic Declaration on Global Climate Change applied to AI, and then the African Union AI Strategy. So the scope, geographically, my paper focuses on Kenya, and with reference to global faith and AI ethics development, limiting to 3 faiths, the Christianity, Islam, and Ubuntu. Next slide, please. So the key findings is that all 3 traditions converge on human dignity as the non-negotiable moral foundation. Christian ethics grounds dignity in Imago Dei, and this is something that I have repeatedly said, is that when you look across all religions, there is something that cuts across all of them, is that human beings, there's a right. Everyone has a right to human dignity. Everyone has a right to dignity. Everyone has a right to life, except in, war circumstances, but we can agree on certain things, and it converges on that. And again, we look at the key findings. The second finding that I found was is that faith traditions demand accountability that current AI governance does not provide. When we look at, for example, the AI bill, if you had a look at it, it had, in my opinion, it had a lot of, offices that have been formed, but it doesn't provide, what if, what if I, for example, copyright issues. If this happens, what are the consequences of this? And that's what accountability demands. That as you do something, there are consequences to what you do as a person. Key finding number 3 is that Ubuntu philosophy offers the most powerful African critique of individualized AI ethics. The philosophy of Ubuntu is technically just symbolizes the communalism of Africans, that we cannot exist as a one-man island. While a lot of this language LLMs and a lot of these AI systems that are coming into especially the African, the global south and the African continent do not necessarily reflect this. There is a lot of individualism, and this is what the African, we are trying to, you see, human beings cannot exist on, you cannot exist on your own. And this is what we are trying to do. How can now faith people come in and say, morality demands this? Someone said that when you take away religion, you take away morality. Then the fourth finding is the Vatican's Rome call for AI ethics, which was done in 2020, and the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI, that actually those who are in the tables recommended that faith people should not be left in these conversations. And I feel one of the things that we should do as faith people, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or whatever religion, we have to see AI as something that is here with us to stay. Seeing that causes us to actually say, now, this is where we are at, therefore we should do the bare minimum to actually govern whatever, govern our laws, our policies should reflect that human beings have that right of dignity. Next slide. So why should policymakers, funders, or researchers care? Kenya's AI bill should include a mandatory ethical impact assessment that is drawing from moral frameworks and also that is reflecting what the faith communities have actually, this is what they are saying. So that should mean that the National AI Advisory Council proposed in the bill should include seats for representatives of Kenya's major faith communities and moral philosophers, not only technologists, lawyers, and business representatives. So for practice, I personally love what Daystar is doing, having such spaces, having such conversations that we can actually come and sit and say, you know what, AI is here with us to stay. How can you use it virtuously, and how can we use it ethically? And for research, that will mean that we need more faith-based people to actually conduct. We just don't leave it to technologists. We need faith-based people to actually conduct research on AI, to conduct research on especially what happens to the African community. Next slide. So recommendations, again, like I said, Parliament should amend the AI Bill of 2026 that requires a National AI Advisory to include at least 3 representatives of the faith communities, to assess the AI systems against human dignity, communal accountability, and justice principles. The second one is Kenya's major faith institution, the NCCK, the EAK, Evangelical Alliance of Kenya, the Supreme Council of Kenyan Muslims, and the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops should actually sit down and establish moral principles that govern for ethical design that govern the deployment of AI in the country. And then number 3, this is closer home. Daystar universities, I love what we are doing. Daystar University and other faith-based universities should establish an interdisciplinary AI ethics and faith research center, combining law, computer science, philosophy, theology, to produce Kenya-specific and African-specific AI ethics scholarships that draw on Ubuntu, Islamic, and Christian moral traditions, filling the gap that Western AI ethic frameworks leave open. So thank you so much, guys, for listening to my presentation. And I leave you with this, that AI will reflect the values of whoever builds it. And if faith communities and African moral traditions are not in the room, then those values that are there in the AI will not be ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karen. I think we need to appreciate her more. Yes. And especially this being our own child, let's appreciate her better. Yes. So I'm sure you're worried why all the time she got all the time. She should have been here for only 10 minutes. But she's the only person who respected the invitation to do their presentation this afternoon. So the other members are not here. So what I'm proposing we do is we engage Karen in a discussion, and we will also discuss this amongst ourselves for the next 5 to 7 minutes. And then after that, our able chair will come up here and tell us what's next. So before I invite the rest of us from the hall, I have a question for Karen. And I wish you just sat here. Just sit here. You are not in court. And remember, you are the author. So one of the things we hear constantly when we read about AI is that most of, from Africa, and we happen to be in the South, we do not have data sets of our own in real good volumes. But it is well known that even though the West or the North may have all the data, a lot of the research that they hold has been done in the South. Kenya is a good example. We have so many people from Europe, from North America and the other places coming in to do research in Africa, and particularly in the era of collaboration. And this, the outputs and the outcomes of this research becomes data that has been used, especially in my area, the area of medical sciences. There's a lot of data. And when you look at it, if you read the origin, you find there's so much from Africa. Yet, the statement comes very clearly, Karen, that we do not have data from the South. That's one of the things we are being asked. As we gear up for AI, we need to begin creating meaningful data sets for Africa. And I know DCAM, which is part of Daystar, has that as part of its role, wanting to build up enough data that we can also use for research. So probably you would want to speak to this by saying, how does this affect us? Data that has been, the AI we are using has been trained in the West, or in the North, if you want. And yet, we are supposed to implement, and with a lot of technology transfer, we're supposed to use that technology. How does that affect us as a people? That is number one. We are communal. When a child goes to school, it's the joy of the community. when you do AI like you're doing now, when you graduated with your degree in law, your village was happy. So everybody, so we are communal. Yet when this training, especially AI training is done, it's done from an individual perspective. So what is this going to do to the African way of doing things? So how does it affect the Ubuntu that you've talked about? And in essence, our faith. I know you've spoken to faith in general, that is Islam, African. I want to bring you back to the African church, because this is Africa. How is this going to affect even the African church? One of the things you note, if you go to church in Africa and you go to church in Europe or other places, it's very different. We have all these things where we eat in church, we stop outside, we speak to one another, we share, and we are now getting into a community where AI has no communal business. So what is going to happen to that? And how can we, as we get into the AI, working with the AI, how can we train our own so that it can respect our culture, our traditions? And then after that, I'll ask you about the boundary.
So the first question is on the data that actually a lot of data comes from the global south. However, what Africa is missing, Professor Kiari, is we are not necessarily in the conversations that govern that govern AI policy, our data structure systems. And a lot of us, for example, the AI bill of 2016, there is something called the European Act that that was implemented a few years back, and the GDPR that actually is, the data protection regulations of the European Union. And one of the things that was a huge debate, especially among legal scholars, was that there was a lot of importation of even what the EU has done and what we are to do. And you see, what is there for them cannot work for us necessarily. We can only borrow what we are seeing them doing. And so that means that this is a call for Africans to go more into the innovation space and actually do what they're supposed to do with regards to technology. I love what we as Daystar community is doing. For example, there's spaces like this. There's, from undergrad, we have a lot of spaces that, encourage innovation, encourage technology. So one of the things that we need to do as well is to actually form our own, something that works for us, and borrowing from other systems what works for us. Keeping in line data, the backbone of any technology is data. So if our own data systems are not governed well, that means even if we try to implement AI bills or an AI act or even copyright, which is something I'll talk about in my presentation tomorrow, we cannot necessarily have a good output in the sense of there will be gaps in the system. And the second question, back to the African church. I'm part of an African church. I have grown in a pastor's home. I am Daystar, all my schools. I've grown in Christian schools. And one of the things that I was reflecting on the last 2 weeks is that simple things that I really enjoyed as a kid, for example, going out to play, the right to play, and Article 53 of the Constitution that states that every child has the right to play. And you see, with these technological systems, what happens is that you get so closed up. For example, you can get so closed up in your room. You can get so closed up in, you and the computer, and there's nothing more. And it inherently, gives you that comfortability that, you are okay, but with regards to that, you are actually not okay. I'll give you my own example. I have deliberately, and I'll answer that way later, I have deliberately said that in my academic journey that I will not use AI for any academic paper, deliberately, not because of anything, but because of that, the dopamine rush. We have algorithm based on our Instagrams or social media. One thing I will leave us with is, now back to the African context and the African church, is that we need to get back to discipling AI. That means that have we formed, again, back to embracing an innovation and embracing technology in our own African setup, that we are not just leaving it for the Western world, we are not just leaving it for the US and the EU and Akina China and all those people. We are actually saying, you know what, we are at the forefront of it. I don't know if I mentioned this, but one of the things that you observe across the 300 years is that Africa has been, the church has been at the forefront of every revolution. And with every revival comes a revolution. We saw during the revival that happened in 1830 and 1850, there was the agrarian revolution. All this happened, and now we want to leave the church out of a revolution, the AI revolution, which I believe that should not be the case. We should have people who are actually stewarding innovation, Christian scholars, and actually people who can disciple AI. Discipling AI, someone said, is technically just, saying who you are as a person. And also something else that we normally talk about is the HITL, human in the loop, whereby AI, we see AI as tools. They are not here to replace humans. For example, counseling. Our churches should, I love that we're embracing mental health and mental health counseling, but we should be there for our own people. AI tools, AI is just a tool. So that means I'm not inputting my congregants' information to AI, because we already know that they don't keep secrets anymore, right? So yeah.
Thank you so much, Karen. Before now we call to the rest of the team, I'll ask you my final question, and just briefly, probably in have a minute, you've talked about discipling AI. It's a very interesting phenomenon. I would want to, in the same mind trend, would you speak as to how now religious communities, including universities and government, how we can collaborate to create or to promote the use of AI that promotes human flourishing. So instead of the way you said, people become inert and machines take over. So human flourishing, while at the same time preserving the moral fiber and accountability. So that, like we had this morning, AI will never replace the researcher, but then, like you have said, it's a tool. So how can we work together in just like a few seconds?
So in a few seconds, I'll say this. Faith communities, for example, a practical way is meet as often as you can physically. It's very practical, yet sometimes very ignored. Meet as often as you can physically. Number 2, have a view perspective of this is here with us to stay, and I'll keep on repeating that again, but also human beings are made in the image of God, meaning that we need to keep humanity and human beings at the center of it. That will mean that I am using it, we are not using AI for sermons. We are not using AI to generate sermon for us. We are actually researching. We are actually putting in the human effort and the human work that is needed. AI can create the slides, but not the content. So that will mean that all of us need faith-based people, for example, the church. Discipling AI, someone said, could mean that I'm Professor Mother Kiare. I'm a born-again professor of Daystar University. This is what I do. This is what, you keep on inputting that, the element of Christianity in this in these models of ours, because they will, data keeps, the data that we feed it will keep on training it. LLMs are trained by the data we feed it on. So again, that's an example. Encouraging more physical meetings, encouraging your children to go, if those who have children, for those of us who have younger siblings, to go play. So yeah, that's reading more books, especially as African people, we need to embrace the library and going to the library, reading more books. But again, like I said, we encourage also innovation, even in our churches, that our churches are not just inert. We have professionals who actually can build LLMs and build apps using AI for the discipling of the church, but also for other systems like the healthcare system. So yeah.
Thank you. I'm sure the chair is happy when you said read more books. He's an author. Yes, read more books. Don't depend on AI, and very interesting. So Karen has taken us through a very interesting topic.
From the deeper frameworks, especially in deep learning models, is actually that the reason why they are called, neural networks, because first the AI depends on a lot on neural nets, is that the neural networks comes from what you call the biological neural networks. So there is no machine neural networks without an emulation of biological neural networks. And the thresholds and everything we teach in biology, actually, it's derived from the human mind. So what I was telling Prof is that I think should be the statement of the day. Somebody can hashtag this. It's for free. That actually man is made in the image of God, but AI is made in the image of man, because AI emulates man. So that which is inferior to man can actually be controlled if man is sober enough. So I'm thinking we should not, one, play a victim mentality, but number two, just know that anything that is made in the image of man can actually, boundaries can be drawn. But maybe a question to Karen is, where is the intersection? Because when you talk about faith and AI, I've also listened to some AI and faith, you listen to a lot of ambiguity. In terms of there is no clarity, what is the point of congruence? What is the intersection point? Because when you talk about AI, we were discussing, we are now talking about how do we come up with the machine consciousness. Because in natural language processing, which is coming from anthropology, you actually realize you can make a machine to emulate a man. Therefore, it should carry the emotions of a man. For example, an anti-robot. There are things it cannot do to a child because they have been programmed to sympathize and empathize with a child. Therefore, it brings in. So I'm thinking as you pursue that, my question would be around, that is, where is the exact point of intersection where faith meets AI in terms of understanding the consciousness of the machine and the human consciousness. We talk about anthropomorphism, which is emulating the exact human being, where the machine behaves like a man. Even if the man is not there, the machine is able to carry the consciousness of the man. So that would be my contribution, and maybe it could just be something you could ponder, you may not need to answer. So there is a lot of machines that are mimicking self-awareness. They are what you call self-awareness. There is Tesla. There is this robot that was able to defend itself because it was sensing, which is to us discernment, somebody was about to punch it. So it was able to do self-defense. So anyway, something you should think about is, what is the exact point of intersection where faith intersects with AI? Maybe just a thought, but you may not need to answer. Maybe you can continue the discussion.
Thank you. Karen, that's from your mentor. So once a teacher, always a teacher. And again, a reverend whose main field is AI. So let's hear the final comment as I welcome the chair. The final comment, any?
I can go.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Moses Wafula. It was interesting listening to Karen and also listening to my teacher, Mr. Gore. One of the things that I'm seeing in this conference that really comes as a huge target, it's data. In as much as people are talking about AI, AI is this type of a machine that basically its intended goal is to collect information across board. So, and one of the key areas that even we say unethical hacking is usually about targeting specific information. And this information ideally is data that is really driven to inform decision. So even as we have a conversation about AI, our conversation should now focus on the ideal frameworks. How are we prepared when we look at our Data Protection Act? What exactly are we protecting and to what extent? Because AI is just after collecting information within that centrality of understanding the machine language. So in our discussion today, as we debug AI, let's also have a clear understanding that the real ideal focus of AI is to reference us to the information that is available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is just a question to policymakers, decision makers, and people. Even yourself, where you are, this could be I'm posing a challenge to everyone. Do we think that organizations, I had written it somewhere, do we think that organizations are sacrificing our data in the race to adopt AI? That's a very interesting thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will not ask Karen to answer that because he said it's a policy question. Do a crossing remark?
Something I could say to Moses is, one of the statements I said is the backbone of any technology is data. So if our data protection, for example, what has worked for the EU, the EU Act has worked very well because their general data protection regulations and rules have also worked, and it has time and time again has worked for them. So we need to, again, I agree with what he has said, to streamline our data regulations and our data policies. But my final closing remarks will be, I love what Mr. Ogoria said, is that AI, man is made in the image of God, but AI is made in the image of man. And if we can clearly get that, even our regulations, our data policies, our data governance, our AI governance, AI policy will work very well if we understand that. About the ambiguity, it has made me really digest, and I think I'll keep on pondering on it, because again, I've seen what you have seen the point you're trying to make, and thank you so much for that. Thank you guys for listening to me, being the only presenter of the afternoon.
Thank you so much for coming and willing to be the only presenter this afternoon. And as we come to the end of this session, quite encouraging. We are made in the image of God, so we should not fear AI. We created it. So it's very inferior to us, and coming from the biological background, then if we are only mimicking our neural systems, we've not even touched the surface of what our neural systems are. Earlier on, we were told AI is here to stay, so we better add.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for steering the afternoon session. Karen, thank you very much. That was a good presentation. Reverend Ogore, you better patent that innovation. That we are made in the image of God, but AI is made in the image of man. Thank you very much for that. We have come to the end of today's presentations. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Master of Ceremony today. Tichi, you did so well. We appreciate. I also want to thank all the participants who have been here since morning. Thank you very much. For my team, thank you very much for a good job. You will never be goons in the Republic of Kenya. You will never be goons. Thank you very much. That is why after this, when we'll be taking a cup of tea, we will compare notes and prepare for tomorrow. Before I request Nicholas to pray for us, I want to announce that from here we have a cup of tea up there. We will all be there, network, and share a cup of tea. Tomorrow, we are starting at 8. We have quite a number of papers to be presented from here, so we'll meet here. We have, I think, 4 paper presentations here, and then we will break into the parallel sessions, starting, is it 9:15? 9:15, right? So we are breaking at 9:15, and those papers will be presented between 8:35 and 9:15, and then we go into our parallel sessions. You will choose which theme you would like to be part of in those various rooms. I want to now call upon Nicholas to pray for us so that we can proceed and take a cup of tea. Yes, I've already said, committee members of my committee, we will be comparing notes as we take a cup of tea. Right? Yes. Thank you very much. Nicholas.
Thank you, Prof, our chair. My name is Reverend Nicholas. I'm an adjunct lecturer in Daystar in the area of computer science and AI. And I'm also I normally speak also in this area of AI in the churches. Like next month, I will be speaking the youth conference about the digital slavery, how we have been made slave by the digital. So that is a very interesting conversation. And again, I normally tell people that we are not machines, we are analog, we are natural. So we can never be machine, because machine understands zeros and one, but we are human beings. So allow me to kindly request we all be upstanding, we do our closing prayers. Let us pray. Our Father, we want to thank you for the gift of this day, for the wisdom that had been shared to us during today's interactions from our mentors, from our speakers who have spoken to us today. We are grateful before you for the wisdom, for the knowledge and the skill that we've received today in our discussions from our speakers. We want to thank you, God, even for every vision that has been shared to us by our VC concerning the intelligence of our systems. We ask you, the Lord, you give us understanding, the Lord, we are not going to destroy the creation. We want to thank you, the Lord, you elevate us to understand your will in everything according to your scripture. We want to thank you, my Father, as we come to conclude today's activities. We want to thank you for every participant. We want to thank you for every innovators. We want to thank you for every leader, for every students who have participated today's activity. My Father, as we come to close today, we want to ask the Lord, you move with us and you prepare us for tomorrow's event. We ask the Lord, as we go back home, that you walk with us, that you guide us, and as we come together here tomorrow, we pray the Lord, we may be united to understand what is your will in the area of AI and the humanity. Thank you for our speaker this evening, who has reminded us that we are created by your image, not by machine. May this understanding carry each and every one of us everywhere we go. We pray and may all say amen. God bless you. Amen.